All right. So go to our sample case studies folder. There is a file called data analysis. Kindly open that. The moment you open, you will be landing up with a worksheet, something like this, naming called summary table. Kindly confirm in the chat box why for yes, you got the same worksheet opened in front of your screen. Okay, I got confirmation. Samir, Uma, Kumar Velu. How about Ritu? Gita? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Munmun. Could you please confirm? Gita and Munmun. Did you get the same file open in front of your screen? Great, no problem. So let's start working with our file first. Let me first give a background story of this data, what it's exactly, so that you can also connect with that. And then we'll start working with what is our objective, what we are going to achieve, we are going to discuss completely. So first of all, take a situation, take a scenario that morning 9:30 a.m. you dropped into office and immediately your boss called you. Okay, say take my name, I'll be taking it. My boss asked me, Pravas, please come to my cabin. I need to discuss something with you. I went in. So what my boss is saying, Pravas, I was just going through the reports, whatever we are submitting the monthly reports to the management. I was just going through that. But I found that the quality of information is missing. And in fact, during the last meeting, when I was there, I observed that none of the audience were quite happy watching the same. It seems as if some ready-made numbers we have downloaded from our SAP or ERP system, and we are presenting that report to the management. So let's do something different this time. This is how my boss come up with. So what exactly he wants to make something different? He asked me, just do one thing from our SAP, download last 3 years revenue data and bring it to me. So I gave my respective T codes in my SAP system. I download a report and it contains near about 1 lakh records in this format. Like we have got our name of customer. Then these are the different product types or categories we are manufacturing. And these are the different models of the cars we are manufacturing. Suppose say take an example. This is the data of a car manufacturing plant called Tata Motors. So suppose say we are the employee of Tata Motors and we have downloaded the data and 1 lakh records. It comes in this format and salesperson also name is there. These are the different regions we export our products. Order date is nothing but the billing date, and sales USD is the invoice value or invoice amount, which is there in US dollar. You can consider INR also, no issues. Year of incurrence of sale, month, quarter, and the intermediate channel partner, if any, that name is also available. So it's a comprehensive data. It's a huge data. And consider we are working in Tata Motors, and this is the data we have downloaded. Hope you all clear with our data set. Yes, any difficulties in understanding? All right. Now, let me take you through the objective. When I just downloaded this data and showed to my boss is watching this and he's telling Pravas, this data is of no use for me. You keep it with you. What I want is a simple report out of this. What is that? During the last 3 years, whatever the products, whatever the cars we have sold, I just want to have how much revenue we have made out of this. So during the last 3 years, based on the cars, whatever we have sold to our customers or dealers, how much business we have made, my boss wants to have a simple report. So we know one thing now, we have a huge volume of data. We want to present our data in a summarized format. And what is that options or tools we have? Immediately, we know we have to go for a tool called pivot table or pivot table. Some of you might be already working with pivot table or pivot table, nothing to worry about. This is the same pronunciation you can call it. But where is the mistake happens? I'll tell you. People immediately jump into pivot table over there to deal with, but they do not spend time to understand whether our data is ready for pivot. This is what the first thing we should do. So how to confirm that our data is ready for pivot? For that, you need to satisfy three validation rules. Rule number one, the data, whatever you are dealing with, it must contain a field header. Without field header, pivot is not possible. If you do not have the field header, column header, you should create that column name like column one, column two, and so on. And none of the column header names should be duplicate. There should not be any duplicate column header name. If you want to retain customer two times, you can, but you should name it as customer one, customer two. So this is our rule number one. The data must contain the column headers and none of the column headers name should be duplicate. Now, rule number two, the amount of data, whatever we have captured, there should not be a blank cell. So no blank cell should be there inside the data set. How to confirm? Select your data, do it along with me. Select your data, Control A, keeping the cursor anywhere in the data set, and press Control G, G for Goa, G for Gamma. So it will take you to a go to dialog box. And this is what we have already seen in our day two when you start working with our data clean action of one, data clean one, if you remember, right? Now, there is a tab called special. You can click on this special tab. And when you go for the special tab over here, then it asks for option called blanks. You can see. And when you look at the blanks option over here, then click OK. You will be finding a message turns up immediately. No cells were found. Can you please confirm? All of you have got the same message when you select Control G, special, blanks, and click OK. So this is a confirmation that in our data set, we do not have a blank cell at all. This is our rule number two. Data should not contain any kind of blank cells. Rule number three, in any of the column people, you should not have the merged data. So most of the time what it happens over here, people, we are having a very bad practice. We select multiple cells and we merge them. We define a header to this. That is meant for display, not for the calculations. Because most of our Excel functionalities doesn't read your merged data. So it is always better if you want to avoid this kind of problems. So avoid using the merged cells over there. So always turn the data into flat data. So having said these three rules, our data is ready for next level. Okay. So now the moment you have done with this, as I told you in the day two, whenever you download the data from SAP or ERP system, there are two areas you will be always be finding the trouble. What are they? The number column will not be in number format. The date column will not be in date format. So we need to ensure that these two columns are compliant with the standard date formats. Then only we can proceed and work further. So let us go to our order date and keep the cursor in the first date value. Okay, and select the rest. Now the question is how to confirm whether our date is there in proper date format. If you remember, I told you in day one, to convert any format to date format, what was the keyboard shortcut? Anybody?
DE.
No. I told you a keyboard shortcut to convert
Control Shift, I think.
Control Shift. Control Shift 3.
Okay.
The hash key, the numerical key 3 is nothing but to convert any format to date format. So when you just do the operation, do you see the date format is changing? Now it is turning up into a readable format. So it's a confirmation that our date is in proper date format. That's why the set changes are happening and our date is now ready for next level. Control Shift 3. This is the reason why I asked you, please practice well stepping into the day 3 program. We are going to use all these things. Now, coming to the number column, sales USD. Keep your cursor in your number column, first number value or invoice value, then select the rest. And now the question is how to confirm whether my numbers are there in proper number format. What is the keyboard shortcut to convert any format to number format? Control Shift 1. Control Shift 1. When you press, it will automatically convert our any format of the data to number format. And now you can see it is having a decimal, post decimal, two characters, before decimal, comma, separators, all these things are there. So it is a simple message again that to our numbers in the billing column or the invoice amount or the sales USD column, it is there in proper number format. Now, if you do not want post decimal 00 unwantedly, it is there and enhancing my character length. You can remove the same by simply going for decrease decimal or Alt H9. Depending upon the keyboard shortcuts or mouse, you can do that. So this is how people we have understood how to check the necessary columns and ensure that it is there in proper formats. Hope this is clear. Order date and sales USD, how to check it out. We are clear with that. Now, one more trouble I will take you through. Just watch my screen. If you look at our order date and year column and month column, can you see the problem? The date it is showing of January to 2019, but here it is showing year of 2014 and month is showing of December. Technically, it is not possible. So we need to rectify these columns also. Let's go and do it. So I told you the other day how to extract a year from a date. How to extract a year from a date. There is a ready-made year formula. In day one, we discussed. So when you go for this year formula, what was demanding? Serial number. So serial number, I can take order date. And immediately, the moment I hit enter, this is going to give me 2019. Now the same I can double click and my formula will be ready and the column will be also rectified. So from order date, how to bring our year, we got the basic understanding. So I believe everybody is getting the same. Now coming to our month column, how to extract a month from a date. We have a formula naming called text. So equal to text, what it demands me, the value. Value is nothing but the order date, comma. What is the next one? It is asking format text. I told you already, and we know very well. What is the standard date format we follow? DD, yeah,
DDMYY.
DDMMYY or MMDDYY. These are the things we discussed already. Now, what is the role of D? D stands for day, M stands for month, Y stands for year. So our discussion is we are not going to deal with neither the day nor the year. We are going to discuss with month. So we should define within two double inverted quotes M four times to get the complete string. And the moment you close the bracket, this will immediately throw the result. And the same we can apply for the rest. So this is how people we got our month column also rectified. Kindly confirm.
Because, sorry, can you please repeat that year alone? Month I'm getting, year I'm not.
Your simple formula of year.
Hmm. Okay, thanks.
So what do we do with the month?
Month we have to go
Sorry,
for
I
text formula. You have to go for a text formula and equal to
um,
text, taking the order date, comma, four times into double inverted quotes so that you can get the month details properly. Because month, you should look at the date is showing of January, but the month was showing something different. It was showing December earlier. That's why we need to exactly match with our date records.
okay.
All right, so I believe everybody is clear, like how to read your data and what are the columns you should check properly, whether it is complied with the right format or not. Then you should proceed with your rest of the activities of pivot table. Okay, so
Can
now,
we
yeah,
use find formula instead of text?
find formula what? What it does find formula? Find formula finds your character position. Like suppose say, take an example, as I told you. If you remember, this is income corporation. Okay. Now, if I want to know this C income, see what is the character position. So I can go for is equal to find over here. I will go for suppose C. Then C I am finding where within this text. So income I N C, I is 1, N is 2, C is 3. So it will return me 3 over here income. Now why it is taking 7?
Okay.
Because I have given a capital C. So find formula is case sensitive. So wherever capital C is there, it is finding that location. So like income, INCOM 5, X space, that is 6. Then capital C, 7. So seventh position, your capital C is there. Now if I go for small c over here, C. Now where it is there in the third position. Do you
Third
agree?
position.
So
Yeah.
it will be giving you 3.
Okay.
So this is
Got it.
now find formula gives me the character position.
Only location. Okay.
Yes. Now, coming back to our data people, what is the next step? See, keep your cursor anywhere in the data set, go for Control A. And I told you in day 2 to convert any data into table. What is the shortcut? Do you remember multi-DB filter? We discussed something. To convert your data into table. Control T, T for tango, T for table. So select your data and go for Control T. So this will be taking you a dialog box like this. Go and click OK. The data will be converted into table. So this is how people first 2 to 5 minutes is very, very essential. You need to spend time to understand your data properly. Then you should be ready for pivot. So I believe everybody is clear so far, whatever we discussed. Now keep your cursor anywhere in this data set and go to your insert. So when you go to insert, you will be finding the very first option called pivot table. Okay. Now here one thing I would like to tell you, those who are working with 2019 Office 365, 2021 or 2016, maybe they will be having two sections. One, this is called icon section, the first half, and second one, you will be getting a navigation section. Don't go for the navigation section. Don't go for this. Always go for the icon section. Why? Because if you navigate and there will be option called from table, from range, from PBI, something will be there. So if you have opted that option, some features will be missing or disabled. That's the reason why I suggest go for this icon. Don't click on this navigation button. All right. So let's go for keeping the cursor over inside the data set. Going to insert, very first option, pivot table. So click on the icon. Click on the icon. And when you click on this icon over here, then it will take you to a dialog box where you could see the entire data set, whatever we have selected, it is taking the name of a table. Name might be different, don't worry, but it is not showing anymore the range. It is taking the table. And this is asking me, choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed. By default, it's their new worksheet. It's always better to go for a new worksheet so that you can make your presentation neat and clean. Having said this, the moment you go and click OK, you will be finding a new worksheet is going to be generated over here. And towards your left side, you will be finding a table kind of sketch. This is the place where your pivot table will be designed. Now inside that, you will be finding there is a name called pivot table 1. So it is a message that whenever you create a pivot table, it will be containing a unique name like this. And towards your right side, you will be finding pivot table fields one box is the dialog box. And within that, there is a small box over here where the entire column headers are listed. And this is called pivot table field list box. And you can notice over there, four small boxes kind of structures are there. These are called pivot table field area. Now we have only one job left. What is that? We need to take the fields, whichever we are looking for, simply dragging and dropping over here, drag and drop, and drag and drop. This is how the action we need to initiate. But the problem is, if you look at my screen and your screen, there is a major difference in terms of layout. So my layout is not matching with yours. Do you all agree? This layout is not matching with yours. And if you compare which layout is giving more space to work with, definitely it's mine. So let us first bring this structure, make it to the equal structure. How? In the same pivot table field box, people, you can see a option, a settings kind of button, a gear kind of button is there. This is called settings. Go for that. And when you click on it, you'll be finding an option, field section and area section side by side. This option you have to select and you'll be finding exactly the similar layout just like me. Kindly confirm you got the same layout. So now, once you have got it, we know what we need to do. We need to simply go for dragging and dropping. So let's go on drag and drop. Okay, I can drag a field, but where to drop? There are four different choices we have. So for that, we need to also follow a rule. What if the rule says over here? Can you see one option called sigma value? So it's a simple message. Whichever the field deals with your numerical data or numbers, you must populate in the value field area. Okay. So now let us focus on the report what my boss was asking. Last 3 years revenue data based on the products. So revenue data, the billing column is sales USD. Is it containing the numbers? Of course, yes. So what is the right field area to place with? The value area. So bring sales USD, drag it and drop it in the value field area. So this is the first thing you should do. Sales USD to the value field area. Now, last 3 years revenue data. There is a field called year that you bring it to the column area. Year field, you should bring it to the column area. So you can notice towards the left, the pivot is automatically turning up, taking last 3 years revenue data in three different columns. But this 3 years revenue data, my boss is expecting should be based on the product. So there is a product description, one field is there. You can notice that you can bring it to the row area. So automatically a beautiful pivot is going to turn up, taking all the products in the rows and taking the entire 3 years in the columns and the total of pivot table also look at 3199253. Kindly confirm all of you have got the same structure. Any doubt, any queries? Clear? All right. Now, once we have done with this, though our data is ready, people, but we can't dispatch this report to the next level. The reason, I'll tell you. First of all, the pivot look and feel is not so great. If you remember day one, day two, I was keep on emphasizing upon your presentation part because your presentation makes you always different. So this pivot table, if you look at, there is no life it seems. So first of all, you need to little bit careful about the presentation. So how to turn a beautiful feeling about this pivot? Keeping your cursor in the pivot anywhere. Do you see in your ribbon tab, there will be extreme right one design button is activated. Just confirm. Design. Keeping the cursor in pivot table, if you see on your ribbon menu, you would be having a design tab. Go to the design tab. There are many more styles are available. Many more styles. Go for the more style and it will open again with light, medium and dark. I told you already in day one, day two as well. Always take light or medium. Do not take the dark options. And what is the reason behind it? Why not to take the dark options I told?
File size may increase.
Very good. So the more the dark colors, file size will be more. So take one medium out of this. The moment you just click on it, you can notice your pivot is somewhat looking better compared to the previous version. This is the first thing. Look and feel of pivot is changed. Now, the second thing is, if you remember, in a tabular data, when you have multiple columns, the first column should be always aligned to the left but rest of the columns should be aligned to the what?
Center.
Center. And what is the keyboard shortcut? Alt H A C. H for home, A for alignment, C for center. So this is what the second thing you should do. Now, though we made all this formatting changes people, but still this is not ready for next level. The reason is, if you look at our data, Bolt, Genix Nano, Hexa, Indica, Indigo, what are they? If you have understood your data, what are these?
Product description.
These are our product description, right?
Yes. Product
But
description.
do you see the header somewhere? It is written over here, product description?
No.
No. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. We are dealing with the data. We know Indigo is one of our product. But the person whom I'm sending it across, unless and until he is dealing with this kind of data, he will never know about this. So he may be thinking it is might be one of the inventory item, or could be one of the accessories, or could be one of the paint name Indigo, could be the case, you never know. So this is the reason why exactly the same field header should be available in the pivot if you want to stop people asking unwanted questions. But how to bring it? Our experts, they will suggest you, Pravas, don't worry, go and edit the field name manually. Don't do that. Now you will not be finding any changes, but if you do the field name changes manually, what will be happening tomorrow when you create a macro program to automate the entire report, then that will stop. It will not update your reports. It will not create the pivot. The macro will stop. Reason, you have changed the field name manually. So how to bring it again over here then? So wherever the products are there, the name should be product description. Wherever the years are there, instead of column label, it should be the field name called year. And to bring the same, I'll tell you a beautiful option. Keeping the cursor anywhere in pivot, go to the same design tab. And from the left, third option deals with report layout. And in this report layout, you'll be finding there's an option called show in tabular form. And when you go for this show in tabular form with immediate effect, you'll be finding your pivot is transformed, having the same headers over there in the pivot. So report layout, show in tabular form. Hope you got it, all of you. So these are the minimum tasks you should do before dispatching the report to the pivot to the next level. Now, though we did all these things, people, if you remember, I told you since day one and day two as well, nowadays, the audience is having a different level of expectation. When you present your data as it is, nobody likes it. So what they're expecting, that you should present your data in such a way, it should tell a beautiful story to the people. So how to present our pivot table report in a storytelling format? So what we can do is keeping our cursor in the grand total column, any of the cell. In the grand total column, any of the cells, and right click upon that, and over there, we have an option called sort. And in this sorting over here, okay, if you right click in keeping the cursor in any cell, sort, do you see option called largest to smallest? So go for sorting largest to smallest and see a beautiful story turns up. What's the story? That from Indica, we got the maximum revenue, and from Jest, we got the least revenue. So whoever is watching my data, even though a layman is also sitting, he can make out this much. What do you believe? Yes or no? Right? So this is how we have understood how to prepare our pivot table, satisfying all the validation rules, doing the necessary column checks, converting the data into table, preparing the pivot, and doing the necessary formatting actions over there, and presenting our data in a beautiful storytelling format. So this is what our first pivot table we had designed. So kindly rename the sheet as pivot 1. Rename the sheet the way I am doing it. Same pattern, you do it please, as it is. Pivot one. So write pivot, open parenthesis or bracket one, again close parenthesis. And our first pivot table is ready. So any doubt, any questions from anybody from first pivot table?
Sir, I have a question.
Ask.
Usually when we use pivots, we usually don't make a table. We just select the whole data and then we go for the insert pivot option. So what is the significance of first converting it into a table?
Can you just hold on for 10 minutes?
Yes, yes.
Right. Just wait for 10 minutes. You yourself, you are going to get the answer. Don't worry.
Okay.
Right.
When sorting on the pivot, we have
Uh-huh.
to take individual columns and sort it, right?
No, 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 no.
Because if we select,
Only in the grand total. We go to the grand total column, any of the cell, and then right click, and then we went for sorting.
okay, got it.
Yeah. All right. Any other queries from first pivot table people? Anybody? All right. So now let's do one thing. Just select pivot one sheet name. Just select pivot one sheet name and holding the control button, just drag it to the right. Immediately, you will be getting a clone of your pivot one naming called pivot table number two. Can you confirm? Select pivot one, holding the control button, just drag it to the right. You will be getting pivot table number two automatically. So this is nothing but the clone of pivot one. If you face difficulties in doing the same, don't worry, I will make your job easy even. Just right click on pivot one sheet tab. There's an option called move or copy. Okay, you can select. A dialog box will appear where you could see create a copy checkbox is not enabled. You can enable. And when you click OK, the same pattern pivot 2 will generate, no doubt, but it will be towards the left side of your pivot 1. That is the only difference. So this is what, with the help of mouse, doing the task, bit of taking a long route. But if you go for a simple keyboard shortcut and taking the mouse help, you can do that. So pivot 2, let's discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot. See, stay focused with the ask. Now, this is what last 3 years revenue data I have presented to my boss. Boss is quite happy. And these are the different products I have presented in the row area. So this is a beautiful pattern I have created for him, and he's able to analyze the data in a proper manner, and he's quite happy. And we know one thing, when boss is happy, what happens? The expectation level goes high and the workload increases. Same thing happened with me. My boss is saying me, Prabhas, you have given me last 3 years revenue data. That's fine. But I want to do some deep dive analysis. I want to do some macro level of analysis. Now, what is that meaning by deep dive analysis or macro level of analysis? Like say, 3 years data we have given. Now, if I want to go in depth, so if I go deep to the years, what I'm getting, I'm going to do the month-wise analysis also can be done. Yes or no? So this is what the meaning called macro level of analysis. So first thing first, we need to check, do we have a field called month? Yes, we do have. Now take that field, month field, to the row area. And when you take it to the row area, you will be finding the pivot table structure changes and your month details also appears. Kindly confirm, when you take your month to the row area, are you getting the same? All right. Now here, one thing always remember people, whenever you prepare a pivot, each and every pivot, they have their own unique story. So before dispatching the pivot table report to the next level, you need to know first what kind of story this pivot is going to convey. Whether my audience is going to happy by watching the same, or is it the same thing they were looking for? You have to first ensure that. So now the question is how to read this data. Just see. Last 3 years revenue data my boss was asking. Did I give it? Yes. What was his next immediate demand? If you remember.
Month
Yes,
wise.
along with the last 3 years data, he was looking for months. Did I give month details also? Yes,
Yes.
I have given. But as a larger picture, if you see the entire report, where I'm still emphasizing upon, I am still emphasizing upon the product description. Though month is there, but it becomes secondary. And my boss has never emphasized upon the product. He always looks for only the month data along with the years. So this kind of pattern, whatever I have given it over here, it is not going to match with his requirement. So basically, month column has to be primary and product column should be secondary. So how to interchange this? Very simple. Just say, go to your row area, bring this product description, the first field, whatever you have below to the month, just
Hello.
interchange the field.
So sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
That pivot table right side view is gone for me. How to bring it back?
Yeah,
Means
you keep
I
your yeah,
clicked on.
keep your cursor in the pivot. Keep the cursor in pivot, it will appear automatically. Did you get that?
Not actually, it's
Okay,
not coming.
no problem. Just right click on pivot, right click on pivot. Do you see a field called show field list in the bottom?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Then
It's
you
appeared
click
now.
and you get.
Got it.
Yeah. All right. So now bring this product description from the row area, the first field product description, keep it below to the month. Just drag and drop again the interchange the fields. Can you see the entire story changes over here? Can you confirm people? All of you are getting the similar structure the way I'm showing? So can you imagine now that simply interchanging the fields, the entire pivot story changes. So this is how you have to do the pivot analysis by taking your own data and you have to play around with the fields and which layout or which structure is exactly matching with the requirement, you have to take the call. Now, let us analyze this report again. Now, when I presented this data, my boss is watching and his focus has gone to the data area. So he could see that there are so many places we have got the blank cells. Can you see? So many places. So what is the meaning over here then? If you remember, we discussed the basic rules of our pivot table purpose. There should not be any blanks, and we confirmed also there was no blanks, but still pivot is containing some blanks. What does it mean? Anybody quickly? It's simple. During 2019, if I'm looking at for month of January with regard to the just product, blanks is there. It is simple message. We have never sold such kind of product during that month, during that year. Very simple. And it's not necessary that pivot in each and every field or every cell there should be a value. There might be blanks if there is no such kind of combinations of the data, right? This is what we know. But when I'm presenting the same to suppose say 5 different people, I have shared this report. So 5 different people have the same question in their mind. And I have to explain for 5 different times to 5 different people. So whose premium time is being wasted? Of course, it's mine. But who is held responsible? Of course, it's me only. Because the moment I have got this pivot table, before sending this pivot table files to the others, I need to do the right treatment with the blanks. So I should replace them, some kind of predefined text, zero, hyphen, nil, not available, not applicable. Then only I can stop people asking unwanted questions. But how to do that? Find and replace will not help. Find and replace, if you're thinking, forget it. It's not going to help. Now here, why it is not going to work? Because we are working with a pivot. We are not working with a generic data of Excel, right? So here, to deal with the same, I will tell you a very beautiful technique. Just do one thing. Right click anywhere in the pivot table. From the bottom, second option, pivot table options. If you click that, it will take you to a dialog box where you could see there's an option for empty cells show. A box is there for empty cells show. One box is there. And there you define what exactly you are expecting. Zero, one, dash, nil, hyphen, anything. So I can go for suppose since we are dealing with numbers, put zero. Now, when you define 0 over there and click OK, this 0 text will be filled up with all the cells, and looking at the same, nobody's going to ask for the questions. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, while you are working with pivot table to deal with the blank cells, you must go for this operation, replace the blanks with 0. Hope this is
Can you
working.
just show that again, please?
Yep. Right click anywhere in the pivot table. From the bottom second one, pivot table options. And in that, if you look at, we have a tab called for empty cells show. In that box, you need to type 0. I believe everybody is getting the same. Any doubt, any queries?
Got it.
Yeah. So now, when I have done with this, now my boss started working with it. Just stay focused, please. So he's working with one by one product, and the moment he reaching to the Tiago product, he is unable to make out which month that product belongs to, or which month that data is pertaining to. My boss is unable to make out. So he has to look back again, then only he realizes that it is of January month product. And this is what my boss is not comfortable reading the data in this method or in this fashion. So what he is expecting, he is telling me, Pravas, why don't you do something with the month column, and wherever the blanks are there, why don't you fill those cells with the respective month name? So whichever the product I'm working with tomorrow, I will not be struggling to read my data. I can simply make out. Gen X Nano for January. If he goes for Tiago, then he can make an understand this is for Feb. If he wants to go for something, say Hexa, this is for May. So he can make out easily. Okay. So if that is the case, then how to deal with? So here, if you want to go for people, we have a technique we learned in our day 2. It's called data fill technique. So in regular intervals, if you have the blank cells, we need to select, then Control G, then going for our special, then selecting blanks equal to previous cell, then Control Enter. It's a long route we have taken over there. But in pivot, this is not required, and neither pivot is going to work for that. So how to deal with the same? How to deal my month column filling with the respective month names? Just see the beauty. There is a beautiful feature. If you keep your cursor in the pivot and going to the design tab, you will be finding there's an option over here called same report layouts. And in this report layout, there's an option called repeat all item labels. Now, can you see? Is it just filling up all the month column blank cells with the respective month names? So this is our people. In pivot 2, we discussed how to make a better pivot by simply interchanging the field, dealing with the blanks, and exploring the usage of repeat all item labels. If at all any doubt or queries in pivot 2 is there, do let me know.
We can't do the fill here, right? We can't use that fill, flash
No,
fill, which we did.
no. Flash fill is different. Flash fill is different. Go to options is different. So if you remember, we discussed something in the data fill the other day. If you remember, we discussed something called data fill in our corporate case studies. Just to remind you, so data fill, did you remember? Mumbai, Chennai, all these things were blanks like this. So we filled it by using Control G, then selecting the whole column Control G, special blanks. Then we have gone for equal to previous cell and Control Enter.
Yes, yes, yes.
So these things are not required over there. We have got a ready-made options or steps in pivot itself to make our job easy. That is called repeat all item labels. All right, so now let's do one thing. Select pivot to sheet tab and holding the control button, drag it to the right. So you'll be getting one more pivot naming called pivot 3. So kindly confirm pivot 3 is ready. All right. Now let us discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot. So here I have presented my data last 3 years revenue with regard to the months. My boss is quite happy. And what he's saying, stay focused with the ask people. He is telling me, Prabhas, this report pattern is really good. I liked it. But I'm done with the products. I am no more interested to see the data based on the products. I just want to see the similar fashion of report, but that should be based on the customer. So basically, my boss is not expecting the product related records. He's expecting customer. So which is unwanted. First, let's remove product description is unwanted. Remove product description. There is a checkbox you can see. You can remove that. Now, what he's expecting? Customer wise data. I have a field called customer? Yes. Now take customer to the row area and see the report pattern. Same last 3 years revenue data with regard to customer now. Is it ready? Now, let us discuss something on this. Who is our first customer, people? Just look at your screen and tell me who is our first customer.
Alamid
Lucky.
automobiles.
Alamid Automobiles. This is the first customer. Everybody will be having the same. No changes on that, no doubt. So let us go and analyze this report. No need to do anything, just watch my screen. Suppose my boss started analyzing the report. What is that? He started looking at Alhamid Automobiles 2019 in the month of January, no business. Scroll down, in Feb, some businesses there, good sign. Scrolling down, March, there is no sign at all. April, there is again no business. May month, again no business. June also nil. Then on the month of July, again some businesses there. So like that, a particular customer's data he wants to check for the entire year, he has to scroll down 12 times. Can you see that? Do you all agree? Yes or no? He has to scroll down. So this is what nobody's preferred to work on the data in this format. Yes, people don't like navigating, people don't like scrolling. So what my boss is saying now, he's telling Prabhas the data is there, but it is of no use. I have to scroll a lot, I have to navigate a lot, and I don't want to do that. Why don't you do something in this report that whenever I open the file, it should give me the entire picture so that I no need to navigate, I no need to scroll down a lot. So if that is the need, how to deal with, let's go and discuss. So first of all, the moment you look at our data, okay, our month field is there in the row area. Can you see? Take that month into the column area. Just take this from rows to columns and see the beauty. The report is changing the format. We could see the entire customer names in one column. But imagine how many columns you have landed up with. If you look at that grand total, I can show you over here in the status bar. If you look at how many columns we are landing up with, total 41 columns. Now think about it. Suppose my boss asked me, he has never seen this report. He asked me, Pravas, while coming to me or coming to my cabin, get me a printout. So how will you take a printout of 41 columns if you were in place of me? Yes, people? Yeah. Any answers? Though it is wrong, no problem. We are discussing.
Moving the filter above the first filter.
No, the report structure is like this. How to take a printout. If you take a A4 sheet printout, giving a page setting as fit to page 1, entire report will turn up in one page. But the problem would be the font size will not be in a readable format. It will come like this something. Do you agree?
Yes.
So in this format, if you want to go and present the data to your next level people, you have to take one magnifying glass or hourglass along with you, and you have to submit that A4 sheet paper report. But do you believe that it's a idle way to present our data?
No.
Not at all. So how to present this report effectively? Let's discuss. Just see on my screen. Okay. In our column B, there is a 2019 cell over here. You must be also having. Just keep the cursor in that cell selection. Right click upon that. There is an option over here called expand and collapse. And in this expand and collapse button, you will be finding an option called collapse entire field. And when you go for this, with immediate effect, you will be finding your report, whatever it is there, the entire 3 years data just placed into three columns, creating some plus symbols kind of buttons over here. So these are nothing but we call it as our radio buttons. So any point of time, suppose boss asked me, Prabhas, I just want to see 2021 records. I can click on that plus symbol, only 2021 records will be expanded. So what is happening? I am not showing the unwanted data to the people. Unwanted questions are not going to be invited. And once my presentation is over, I can again bring my data structure back by clicking on that plus symbol. So this is how people we can express our data precisely when you have such kind of options or many more columns or categories you want to just make a group, you can make it as expand and collapse buttons. So kindly try this and check, is it working? Any doubt, any queries? So pivot 3, expand and collapse button, how to work. We got a basic understanding. Now, whatever we did, people, anybody can do that. It's not something rocket science or extraordinary job we did. What do you say? Anybody can do that? A simple right click when the options are available. Did you think XYZ also can do? Yes, no, Samir?
Yes, sir.
Definitely. So now, if you remember, I told you all the time when everybody can do the same job, if you are also doing, you can't create that impact in the audience mind. So if you want to stand out to the crowd, you have to do something different. You have to give more add-on. You have to make it informative. You have to make it more presentable. Something or the other, you have to do something different. So now think about it and try to recall in day one, day two, whatever we discussed, and how to make it even more better. What can be done? Give me
Maybe
your
some
inputs.
shortcut
Shortcut. What shortcut exactly?
to compress the data.
Data compression. Anywhere did you learn something in the day, our day one or day two?
No,
I gave you the clue. I'm not asking
The
something different or
graphs,
new. Huh. Putting the
path line,
graphs. What kind of graphs?
trend lines between 2019, 20, and 21
How
to
to
show
give
the
that?
variance in the three.
Okay. So how to show that?
Data visualization.
Data visualization. Okay. What type of data visualization we have learned? Day two, last topic we discussed about that. So we have discussed about four different types of data visualization. What are they?
Dat- Data bars and
Data bars, then
uh,
spark lines, icon sets, and people graph. These are the four different types of data visualization techniques we learned. So let us start working with one by one. No need to do anything, just watch my screen. If I go for my data bars, where to apply? If I go and apply something like this in these 3 years data, if I go for home tab, data bars, conditional formatting, if I go and apply like this, can you make out anything? No. If I go for only to the grand total column, if I go and apply like this, home tab, conditional formatting, data bars, is it giving any value? No. So what is the second option? Is the spark line. Okay, so let's go and see how to make use of spark line. Let's go and start working with it. So first create a new column naming called visual. Next to grand total, keep your cursor naming called visual. Now to give a feel as if this visual column is the property of pivot table, do one thing. Keep your cursor in the grand total cell. Keep your cursor in the grand total cell. And there you go to home. We have an option called format painter, right? You can select that and then you keep the cursor in the visual and click it. So similar formatting will be applied to my visual column. This is the first thing we should do. All right. So step one is completed. Formatting is created for visual.
Yes.
Now, the first customer, who is our first customer? Say Al Hamid Automobiles. Okay. Now select only his last 3 years data. Don't select the grand total. Only select the last 3 years data. Okay. Now coming to the sparkline. In which menu tab we get the sparkline? Anybody? Which menu option serves the sparkline? Going to insert. Going to insert. Did you see we have got different types of sparklines like line, column, win or loss. And if you remember, we discussed column one. Do you agree? So this is quite evident. You guys have not practiced. Am I right? You don't need to answer me. You have to be honest to yourself at least. This is the only reason why I asked you several times. I requested also, please practice well and be ready for day three. Because you believe this is very clear, I can understand, but application of the same you have to do repeatedly, then only things will be registered in your mind. And this is the only reason why I asked you to practice. But don't do the same mistake again, people. I request again, when we complete today, day three, again, go for day one, day two, day three, all these things, topics to practice with when you step into day four. All right. So let me take you through the line option today. The other day we discussed about column. So today we'll be taking the option called line. So when you take the line option, it will ask you a dialog box stating where is the data. Data is already selected. Next, location. So keeping the cursor in the location range box, select one of the cell of the visual, the first cell of the visual column, which is exactly aligning with our Alhamid automobiles 3 row items or 3 column items data. Same row you have to select. Now, when you click OK, you can see more or less a line graph kind of option will be turning up. But along with that, there will be a tab naming called design, tools, options, sparkline, something also will be activated. Depending upon the version of Excel, you will be finding this is activated. Now, when you go to that particular menu icon or menu options, sparkline, tools, options, or design, there is a tab or options over here called markers. This checkbox is not activated. You got to activate the same. And once you activate, you can see in the same line graph, all the 3 pointers would be added over here. Now, this is only for first customer. Now, the same pattern we can go for our rest of the customers. You can drag it and see the beauty. People will love to see this and this. Nobody has the time to go through your boring numbers, billions, millions, lakhs, and crores, and remember, then they have to interpret. Here itself, it is quite expressive. How? Alhamid automobiles, if you look at compared to last year, this year, quite consistent. No issues, no worries. Arya Motors, it is giving a consistent growth. It's a good sign from the company perspective. But if you look at our Bavaria Motors, there's a huge downfall in the revenue part. Why? It's a serious issue. So we need to check with that customer why they are not faring well. Similarly, if you go for Dalma Motors, again, it is going down deeper and deeper. Why? We need to check it out. But Gurudev Motors, Kunoch Motors, and Lexus Motors, they are giving a consistent growth, which is really a positive sign from the company perspective. So this is how people would like to read your data, and they will love to see the way you are expressing. And the same you can carry to your PowerPoint also. You can turn your boring presentation into a beautiful slide. All right, make sense? So this is what nobody will tell you. This is about your innovative ideas and creativity. Along with the data, always try to give something different to the people. And trust me, somewhere or the other from the presentation side, which one person is going to ask you this question. Everything is fine, Pravas, but how did you do this? This visual column, how did you bring it? That's what we want. People should ask us, how did you do this? So kindly confirm everybody is able to create this visual column. Any doubt, any
We can
queries?
edit it.
Sorry.
Can we edit it once you've completed it? How do we
Right.
edit?
Edit means it depends upon your data. If your data is, this is always linked with your
No,
data
no, no.
only.
I meant the format of that. Format of
Yeah, format. You can select your entire whatever the visuals you have created in the sparkline. If you want to make a little bit more thicker points, you can go to this. You want to change the color, you can do that. We have a option called sparkline color. You can go for more weight like this. You can change the thickness of that. So all these formatting patterns you can go and explore from this point.
it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, people. Any other questions in our pivot table number 3? Anybody?
The only thing in the visual is that we can't place a value over it. It gives a graphical view.
That is what visual. That's what the name is. We have not given a chart. The name we have not given a chart. We have given a visual only. And if you remember in our day 2, I told you all these things. This is only for mere visuals. You can't expect the access title, data labels, or legends or titles, anything you can't expect over there. This is only going to happen only if you are working with your charts. All right, people. Hope it is clear. Pivot 3, whatever we did. Can I go to the next level?
Yes.
Right. Now, select your pivot 3 sheet tab people and then holding the control button, drag it to the right. So one more pivot turns up, pivot table number 4. Now, once your pivot 4 is ready, this visual column is not playing any role. You can select from the column header complete column and go for control minus. So control minus is basically to delete a column or a row, if whatever you have selected. Okay. Now, coming back to the pivot. The unwanted fields, whichever the work is done or it's over. Okay, so what we can do, take an example. Here, customer is unwanted, month is unwanted, product description, you can bring it to the row area. So whatever the first pivot table we had designed, the same thing we got it over here. So kindly confirm you got the similar structure of your pivot.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now let us go and discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot people. So first, stay focused on my screen and follow my audio. See, the pivot table our friend Ritu has created, and she had sent it across to our friend Uma. So I'm taking two names from our group again, Ritu and Uma. Is that okay? Is there any objection?
No, sir, nothing.
Okay, thank you so much. So now Ritu has presented the same. Uma is watching the data. She's quite happy the way Ritu has presented last 3 years revenue data in three different columns and whatever the products in the rows, it is giving a clear picture. Now, Uma is saying to Ritu, stating that Ritu, you have given me this last 3 years revenue data with regard to products. This layout is really great. I'm happy, but you have given me only the revenue data. So what I want is I just want to know while generating this much of revenue or while making this much of billing, how much incentives we have given. I want to know that. So basically, Uma wants to check revenue versus incentive side by side or in the adjacent column, and he wants to analyze the report. So first thing first, in the corporate, while we are working, whom we pay the incentives? To our salesperson, sales agent, or salesman? Do you all agree? So to whom we have given, Uma is not interested in knowing that. She just wants to know how much we have paid as a revenue. So first thing first, check. Do we have a field called incentive on your screen also?
No.
So we don't have a field called incentive. So our problem starts, we do not have the data. Keep it on hold. Now let's take a call. Suppose say in our Tata Motors, we have a uniform policy that whatever the revenue we generate, we declare 2% as incentive to all our salespeople. Though the salesperson is from north, south, or eastern or western region, wherever he is working with, no issues, no worries, uniformly everybody is entitled for 2% incentive. So now the question is, in our data, we do not have incentive, but we know how to compute it. If that is the case, then how to get a column naming called incentive in our pivot table data? So when we do not have the data, we do have a choice. We can create our data, but where to create? Going to the source data sheet. What is that last column? Go to the source data sheet, and what is the last column you have? Check it out.
Channel partners.
Next to that, keep your cursor and type. What should be the column name? Incentive. The moment you hit enter, do you see similar formatting is been carried forward? Kindly confirm.
Yes.
Yes.
And formula equal to the billing column, sales USD. It will take the formatting like this, at the rate symbol and all, like the table format we have discussed in our day one. No need to be panic. Just go for only multiplying the same. What is the percentage we discussed? 2%. And the moment you hit enter, do you see the entire column is populated with your incentive answer?
Yes.
So all these things happened, no doubt. Where? In our source data. And why it has happened? Because we have converted our data into table. Well, Ritu, did you get your answer? Why we had to convert our data into table?
Yes, sir. Now I'm pretty clear on that.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Now, coming to pivot table number 4. Do you see below to channel partners incentive is populated over here? No. So no need to be panic. Go to your pivot table, right click upon that. You will be finding an option called refresh. So when you go for refresh, immediately it will be appearing below to channel partners incentive field. And we know incentive field, what type of data it is holding?
It's
Is
a
it
value.
number?
It's
It's
a
a
value.
number,
Yes,
right?
it's a
So when it is a number, I told you what is the right field area to place with.
values.
So bring it to the
So can
values.
you just show the refresh, please?
Yeah, just pivot table, right click and refresh. So now see the beauty people, the moment you bring the incentive field to the value area in your pivot, you will be finding a new field turns up naming called total incentive. Along with that, the year wise how much incentive we have given. Now Uma will be able to analyze properly. So this is how people we have understood. Even though we do not have the data, we can always have a options to create our data in the source data sheet and bring the same to pivot by simply right click refresh and populating in the respective field area. So
I'm not
now
getting it after the refresh as well.
you did not convert your data into table.
I did. Yeah.
Supposed to come. Okay, you can share your screen. Let me have a look. Yeah, go to Excel. You're in the MS Teams. No, your data. Go to the summary table. Don't go for sheet two. Go to the summary table data sheet. Summary table. Extreme right. No, this is your sheet two. This sheet is not required. This is sheet two. You delete the else it will be confusing. You can delete the sheet two. No, just hold on. Go to that sheet two what you have generated. Right click and delete. Else it will be confusing. Right. Yeah. Now create a column incentive. Now type the formula equal to take the sales USD column. Yeah. Multiply 2%. Right. Now go to pivot table number 4 and then right click refresh. Then incentive has come below to channel partners in the field. No. Keep the cursor in pivot. Yeah. That we bring it to the value field area. Yes. So now it is ready. All right. So I'm taking the control back in the screen. All right, people. So I believe everybody is clear so far, whatever we have done, and the story of pivot 4 is also clear. So, Ritu, did you get another reason why we need to convert your data into table?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right. So if you do not convert, suppose you had not convert all these things into table, even though you go for right click refresh, this field will not get updated. What you had to do at that case, you have to go back to the pivot table, analyze, change data source, again click on change data source. You have to give a new range. So that will quite repetitive in nature. Whenever you add a new column or new row items, you have to keep doing this activity. So to overcome this problem or challenge, it's always better convert your data into table before preparing a pivot so that you don't need to go and worry about it. Simple right click refresh will work for you.
So
Yeah.
when we are doing that, when we
Mhm,
have added the column called incentive, it
mhm.
brings in another column called sum of incentive, total sum of incentive.
Yep. Because
And
see,
then
when, yep.
when I'm trying to do the, what do you call that, expand and collapse, I'm unable to do.
So their expand and collapse will not work over here. See, expand and collapse where it will work when you have multiple columns. Like suppose say if you look at my columns, okay,
Mm.
if you look at my columns, in
Yeah,
columns I have got the same field only. Though I
yeah,
have got incentive, but incentive where it is applicable, it is there in the value. So in my
correct.
column area, only one field is there. Technically, one field is only there. So you
Oh,
cannot
right,
work with the expand and collapse there.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if I want it, in that case, what should I do? I mean, again, if you see, you can see that there are multiple rows here now. And this is very unwieldy to see. So how do
No,
I do that?
see, this is the ideal way of expressing. I told you the objective was to compare adjacent columns.
Yeah.
If you do not want these two columns, you do not want. You can ask me in this way, Prabhas, I don't want this total column. This is unwanted for me. I just want to remove it because I just want to have only 3 years comparison. I don't want the total to compare with. Okay.
Mm, mm.
Then what you can do is you can keep your cursor in pivot, going to design. You have an option called grand total from the left second one.
Yeah.
So here you go for on for columns only.
Okay.
On for columns only. This option, if you just click on that,
Mm.
what will be happening from your pivot table, those total columns like total of some revenue, total of incentive, two additional columns were there earlier, those things will be
Yeah.
removed.
But I cannot have it in the way that we had before, which was like we tried to bring that together, right? Expand and collapse of that column.
No.
With,
Expand. See, the nature itself is different.
mm,
Expand and collapse, when you look at
yeah,
both the fields were there appearing in one field area.
yeah,
Just see, year
correct,
and month were both in one field area.
correct,
But
correct.
here, if you look at, these are in two different field area. Year is in column and incentive is in value field area. So expand and collapse by nature itself, we cannot apply over here.
Okay, got your point.
Yes.
Got your
Yeah.
point. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Welcome. Now, the moment we have done with this people, we got our pivot 4 ready. So I believe everybody is clear with our pivot table number 4. Any questions? Great. Now select your pivot 4 sheet tab over here and holding the control button, drag it to the right. So you'll be getting one more pivot table naming called pivot table number 5. Okay. Now incentive work is over. You can remove that. Now let us go and discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot table. So kindly stay focused. Now, suppose say this is what Ritu has presented to Uma. Uma is quite happy and she told Ritu, Uma, you have given me the incentive data. I'm able to analyze the data now perfectly. Thank you so much. But I'm done with incentive. I'm no more looking for incentive data. Now I am looking for the discount. Like while generating this much of invoices or the invoice value of this much while making it, how much discounts we have given to our customers or dealers, I want to know that. This is what Uma is asking to do. So basically Uma wants to analyze again in side by side or adjacent columns, billing amount versus discount amount. So if that is the case, then how to deal with? So first thing first, discount. Do we have a field called discount? Check it out.
No.
So again, problem starts. We do not have a discount. Let's keep that thing on hold. Like incentive, suppose like incentive in Tata Motors, we have a uniform policy for our discounts also. Like whoever the customers or dealers, they go for a small purchase or a bulk purchase, irrespective of the quantity, people are entitled for 5% discount. Everybody is entitled for 5% discount. If that is the case, then how to create a discount field in the pivot? We do not have the data, but we know how to compute it. If this is the case, how to create discount? Can I go and do something like this, like our incentive? Can we do that? What do you believe? Going to summary table, creating a new column, naming called discount, applying the formula, then populating the same for the entire column, coming back to pivot, right click pivot, refresh, bringing the same to the value field area. Can we do that? Of course, yes, isn't it? But how much time we have invested on that? Don't do it. Don't do it. Let's discuss on this. How much time we have invested while creating our incentive field? Roughly 2 to 5 minutes. Do you all agree? So we spent our 5 minutes of quality time for doing a task like this, which is really a waste of time. Yes. Now see the other drawback. When you go back to your source data, create a new column, apply the formula for 1 lakh row items like this, your file size is also getting heavy. Can you imagine that? And if you remember, I told you in day one itself, we have to always be careful about our file size or file space. And we should stop creating the unwanted data, unwanted columns, unwanted formulas. So having said this, what we did people for incentive calculation, it is never recommended by Microsoft Excel. Our experts, they suggest us to do the job like this, but Microsoft Excel never recommends for that. The reason I told you the drawbacks. So now the question is, if I need to create a column naming called discount without creating the source data, how to bring it in pivot? That is what the objective. So I believe the objective is clear for everybody. We are not going to create the source data, but we'll be bringing the discount in pivot. Are we ready? Yes, no?
Yes.
All right. Now keep your cursor anywhere in pivot table. Keep your cursor anywhere in pivot table. There will be a tab from the right side, second option. If you see pivot table, analyze, depending upon the version of Excel, name would be different. So those who are having 2013, 16 name called analyze. Those who are having Office 365, 2021 pivot table analyze. Just the name will be slightly different, the menu tab, but options remains the same. So you need to go to pivot table analyze. There is an option over here called our fields, items and sets. It will be there in the calculations group, fields, items and sets. And there you have an option called calculated field. Kindly confirm everybody is able to navigate till calculated field.
Yes. Yes.
Now, once you click this calculated field, it will take you to a dialog box, people. You need to define the first criteria. What is that? Name. So what will be the name of the newly added field? Is discount. Now, coming to the next criteria called formula. Delete everything, whatever you have, including equal to sign, make it completely blank. We are going to define our own formula. So formula column has to be completely blank. Now, what should be the formula for discount calculation? 5% on the billing column, right? So there is a billing column in the field list. If you see, there is a billing column called sales USD. Double click on that. So keeping the cursor in the formula box, double click on sales USD. That will be immediately embedded in the formula driven box. And then multiply. How many percentage? 5%. Okay. Now, once I go for this, then I click OK. With immediate effect, you can see a column will be added in our existing pivot table, naming called our discount. Along with that, total discount also will be there, and along with that, year-wise discounts also will be availing. And if you see the beauty, automatically the discount field is there in the value field area. And if you look at your source data sheet, there is no such kind of data creating over here called discount. So that's what the beauty of this virtual field or calculate field. Any point of time, if you wish to create, you can create as many as fields or number of fields like this. So kindly confirm everybody is able to create successfully the discount field. Any doubt, any queries?
Yes, created.
Right. So what you have understood, the similar fashion, we could have also created the incentive over here. So there is no restriction over here while creating this kind of fields. You can create as many as fields you want.
So, but
And
discount is never uniform, right? So it will always be like if this is the value, then this is the discount. So in that case, what do we do?
it's not about the value alone. It's about, you can say, the customer name wise. Suppose a customer is having a bulk purchase. So take an example, my Power Auto World. He always purchase many more items. So I have a fixed discount rate for him through the calendar year. So I should have in if the discount pattern is not uniform, discount value is not uniform, you must have a separate column in the source data itself, the discount percentage. And you should have one more column, the discount value. So you should have created all these things in the source data. So this column, if it is something uniform, you can always go for it. If the data is variable in nature, you should create in the source data sheet.
Got it.
Yeah.
If
So
I have a
yeah.
variation saying if my amount is going greater than 50,000 or 1 lakh, then my discount percentage is this much. So if I want to go for that, then I'll have to have a separate column for that inside my table itself or summary
Right.
data itself.
Right. So if you have suppose a discount slab, in the technical terms we call it as discount slab, incentive slab, income tax slab,
Correct.
all these kind of slabs when you should have a calculation separately for that. Like people using multiple if formulas, like if X value is greater than equal to 5 lakhs, then 10% of the discount amount of the invoice value. If it is more than 5 lakhs but less than 7 lakhs 50,000, then 15%. So like that, we should keep writing the nested if formulas.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So pivot table number 5, people, we are clear with that. Now let's do one thing. Select your pivot 5 sheet tab and then holding the control button, drag it to the right. So one more pivot turns up, naming pivot table number 6. And discount work is over. You can remove discount. And we got our pivot table structure back. So any doubt, any queries in this pivot table number 5, whatever we discussed, anything? Don't have any questions, Ritu? Samir? Kumar Velu has no questions. Okay, great.
When we're
So,
talking about the file size, now we create the discount slab that is definitely going to raise up the thing. Is there no other way we can do it without raising this file size here?
see, I'll tell you the concept first. If you are looking or worrying about the file size, when you go and create a separate column in the source data sheet, the file size, suppose it is increased by 1 more MB. Take an example, 1 MB. Now, if you are asking a question, Prabhas, I am creating a column discount and populating in my pivot table, then this is also going to increase by 1 MB. If I'm talking like a layman, this is supposed to be my question. Do you agree?
Yes, in terms
Right.
of the size. Yeah.
Yes. Here it is 1 MB, here also 1 MB. It is supposed to give the impact, but technically this is not the fact. If you create something in your source data, it is stored in the front end. But if you go and create the data in the back end of pivot table like discount, it stores the data in the temporary memory. It is not creating the data in the front end. It is storing the data in the temporary memory, that too in a compressed file size, like zip mode. As we discussed, zip, WinRAR, all these things we are using for compressing the file as an attachment if you are sending it across to anybody. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So same concept in pivot also. Though you have got a number of data, large volume of data, but pivot stores the data in a compressed format. So that's the reason why it is not going to occupy such a larger difference of space difference, but yes, slightly it will increase because your data is being stored in the temporary memory. So when you have a discount, of course, the discount purpose, the file size will be heavy, but hardly by some KBs, not with the MBs. That's the difference.
Sure. Thank you.
Yep. So now coming to our, yeah, any questions?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I by mistake I removed the grand total column, but I don't know how to make it back.
Okay, same options. How did you remove it? You have gone to this design tab. You have gone to grand total, then you would have gone for on for columns only. So you should go for on for rows and columns.
Okay. Thanks.
Hope you got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
welcome. So now pivot table number 5 people, I was keep on asking that do you have any other question, but you said no. But you are supposed to have a question. So since you have not asked me, can I ask you?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Great. Appreciate your spirit. See, you should have asked me a question, Prabhas, while I do this operation, suppose I did some mistake. I committed a mistake. I did not type the discount percentage properly. Or suppose say in this year, I have given a uniform discount of 5%, but tomorrow my management has changed the decision. Management said, no, no, don't give this much of discount, change it to 4%. So how to change this? So the question is, do I need to recreate another discount column with 4% or should I go for edit the existing discount column to 4%, which is the ideal option?
Edit the existing column.
Definitely. So now the question is how to edit a calculated field or how to edit this kind of virtual field if you have something over there. So what you can do people, same options, keeping the cursor in pivot, going to pivot table analyze, going to fields, items and sets, calculate field, same operation. But here you need to do some changes. What is that? You have to go to the name drop down. In the name drop down, whatever the existing fields you have created, it will be showing in a list. Now, which field we need to edit? Discount. So I should select discount. Now, what is the percentage? Suppose say 4%. I should go and change. But remember, don't immediately go for clicking OK. Go for modify all the time. Modify. So existing field will be modified. If you go and click OK, a new field will be generated. So don't do that. Now, suppose say you don't like discount anymore. You want to remove the same. There's an option called delete. So within the same field button itself, we have to go and operate. If you do not want, you can delete. If you want to modify, you can go for modify. So I'll go for modify and click OK. Immediately, the discount value will be changing to 4%. So this is how we have understood whenever there is a need, how to create a calculate field, and if it is necessary, how to edit that field. Hope it is clear.
Yes.
Right. Now, going to pivot table number 6, let's discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot table. Now I'm going to take you through one more beautiful concept of our pivot. So stay focused, please. Suppose say this is what the data Ritu has presented to Uma. This is what the discussion we are having. Okay. Now Uma is saying that Ritu, this pattern is really good. I liked it. What is that? Last 3 years data in 3 different columns and all the products in the rows. I like it. But you have given me only one pivot table. So what I want is pivot table pattern should remain the same. Pivot table layout should remain the same, but I am looking for multiple pivot tables, that too based on the salesman. So salesman wise pivot table Uma is expecting now. She is not happy with one pivot table. She is expecting multiple pivot tables, but the layout should remain the same. So how to deal with that? Hope the objective is clear.
Yes.
Right. So don't do anything. Don't do anything. Just watch my screen. I am doing on behalf of all. Now, the first thing first, as we have developed the practice, salesperson voice report. First thing, check. Do we have a field called salesperson, salesman, or sales representative? Something is there over here?
Salesperson.
Is there? No problem. So we are safe. Now, let me take these salespersons to the row area. Don't do that. Just watch my screen. Now, what happens? Pivot table pattern changes. Uma is not happy. Now, salesperson Ritu has taken two columns. What happens? Pivot table patterns remain the same, but the problem is salesman details are missing. It's of no use. Now, Now salesperson Ritu was taken to the filter area. Now what happens? Pivot table patterns remains the same and above to get the same result. Now the need has come. So the need is fulfilled. Now Ritu is quite happy the way she has got the job done, and immediately she took up this to Uma and she asked to Uma, okay, that Uma, you are looking for salesman was report, right? So do one thing, go to that salesperson filter, choose SM1 and select click OK. So this data is now going to be pertinent to salesman one. Only thing is you have to select this data, you have to insert a worksheet and you have to copy this and you have to paste it. So this is the only action you have to repeat for number of times depending upon the number of salesmen. This is how Ritu has suggested Uma to do the job. So what will be the reaction? Uma, will you be happy?
No,
Not at all. So what will be the reaction of Uma? Suma, what will be your reaction?
I'll say that I have work. You may do this for me. Maybe do something else so that I can see all this.
Okay, fine then. So Ritu, you are lucky enough you got a boss like this. Now take an example. The same thing I have explained to my boss. My boss has listened the whole story. He looked at me, he looked at the data, and he gave a plastic smile. You know, in corporate, we get this kind of smiles the most. What is the meaning by plastic smile? The smile which is not natural. You will be definitely coming across a lot. So what he's saying, Prabhas, I'm really impressed with your smartness. The way you have diverted the entire responsibility towards me, I like it. Now, if I am happen to do your job or I am going to do your work, let's do one thing. Tomorrow morning when you come to office, please bring your resignation letter with you. I would be happy to sign on that. And don't use office stationery, okay? Get it printed from your home. So this is how my boss has reacted. Anybody will do that. So what you have understood from the entire story, that we cannot divert our responsibilities towards our superiors or seniors. Do you all agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So now what Uma is expecting from Ritu, try to understand the pain. No need to do anything, just watch my screen. So this is what the same job Uma is expecting from Ritu, stating that suppose say we are working with a global report and we have got 200 salesmen across the globe. Now what Uma is expecting from Ritu, the first job Ritu has to do as insert worksheets. How many people? 200. So 200 worksheets has to be first inserted. Then job number two, Ritu has to copy pivot table and paste it for how many times? 200 people for 200 times. Job number three, Ritu has to select filter with the salesman name. How many times? 200 times. So total how many tasks? 600. That's also not enough for Uma, and she's finally asking Ritu to do a job renaming the worksheets with the salesman name for better identification, that to 200 times. Now think about it. How many tasks we have? 800. Can you understand the pain? So Ritu, how much time it will be taking for you to do a task like this?
One whole day or maybe the next day also.
Okay, I appreciate your honest answer. Uma, do you have that much of patience?
No, I need it now.
Definitely. So in this case, the entire situation is in front of you. It's pretty clear. When we ask for time, our superiors, they don't have the patience to allot that much of time. But yes, Uma doesn't have any other options because her best teammate is asking for one day. So somewhere he's not, I mean, she's not convinced, but yes, she has to give that much of time to Ritu to do the work. And Ritu, can you confirm that by taking 8 hours of time, you will be doing the job with 100% accuracy?
There will always be human error which may be involved.
Definitely. While doing the copy paste work, you would have forgotten to copy one particular salesman or the earlier salesman data you would have copied twice, could be a case. To human being is to error. And along with that, one more problem which you cannot ignore is the system problem. What is that? When you have 200 worksheets in a particular Excel file or Excel workbook, sometimes system doesn't support. Excel not responding, Excel is restarted, Excel stopped working, Windows is hanged. So entire work, last 5 minutes, whatever you have done, it's gone. Again, you have to rework. So all these challenges are there, all these drawbacks are there. And having said this, when Ritu could not do the task in time, then there is a negative impressions, obviously, in the KRA report. And when KRA report is negative, it is going to impact the appraisal form also. So this is a chain reaction, people. Trust me. This is how it works in the corporate. Nobody understands your pain. So now take an example. In the same situation, instead of taking 8 to 10 hours, if I could do the same job for you just in 10 seconds, yes, 10 seconds, how much of quality time we can save? A lot. So this is what we are going to do now. The objective is whenever there is a need to export your pivot table data into multiple reports on a click of button, how to do that. The first thing first, based on which field we are looking for multiple reports, salesperson. Please bring salespersons to the filter area. Step one. And then you can notice on your pivot table above to the pivot area, a filter is already added. So keep the cursor in that filter cell. Don't click the filter button, just select the cell B1. Then go to pivot table analyze. Go to pivot table analyze. The very first option you see pivot table is showing, pivot table name, something like that. Just below to that, do you see a options tab is there? Don't click the options, just watch. Do you see a options tab is there? Next to option, do you find a small,
Sir,
yeah,
sorry, can you repeat it again? I
yeah,
didn't understand.
yeah. Did you take your salespersons to the filter area?
Yes, to the
Okay.
filter area.
Did you get the field populated above to the pivot table naming called salesperson having a filter button all?
Yes.
Select that cell, select that cell, and go to your analyze or pivot table analyze in the ribbon menu, whatever it is showing. And the very first option from the left, is it showing a pivot table name?
Pivot
And
table name.
yeah,
Yes.
below to pivot table name, do you see a options tab? Don't click that, just
Yes.
see. Next to
Yes.
option, do you see a small navigation button in the right side?
Yes.
Click on that navigation button. Another three options going to turn up. Naming, options, show report filter pages, generate get pivot data. Go for the second option, show report filter pages. And when you click, you'll be getting a dialog box stating salesperson field already selected. And just recall, my boss was also asking salesperson wise report only. Click OK. So once you click OK, on your blink of your eyes, just see your pivot table will start exporting the data into multiple reports, having the patterns remains the same, having the filter button, naming with the salesman, and below to the sheet tab, you'll be finding the sheet tabs also generated based on the salesman. See the beauty. The entire task, what you are anticipating, you will be sitting and doing the copy paste work for 200 times, and you'll be killing your whole day. We can do it in just no time. Trust me, I have seen people literally sitting and doing the copy paste work at the year end when they send it across for the data reconciliation or something like vendor wise report, product wise report, cost center wise report, customer wise report, anything you want to prepare, you can do like this. Time saving? What say?
Definitely.
Right. So this is how, if you know the tools properly, you can act smart, you can save a lot of time for yourself, and you can increase your productivity. So this is how, people, we have seen in our pivot table number over here 6, that how to export our pivot table report into multiple reports on a click of button. Any doubt, any queries?
So just a query. So
Mhm.
now this pivot 5,
Yeah.
pivot 6, if we delete it, then will these sheets which have been created will remain, or they will also go because it's
No,
probably
no, no.
data
It will
connected?
remain. It will
It will
remain.
remain.
It will remain. See, the
Because
moment
in
you
the
look
source
at,
data it is there, is it?
yeah, inside the pivot itself, the data is being stored. So you don't need to be worried about. Now take a look. Suppose that this is the file I have. Okay. Now, what you can do is whenever you are sending the pivot table to the other user, ideally what we prefer, we send the source data also over there along with the pivot. This is the
Correct.
practice we have. Technically not required. You just send the pivot alone is enough. You don't need to send your source data. And if at the other end people are demanding, Prabhas, how did you get this report? Where is the source data? I would like to have a look at that. No need to be worried about. You just ask him. Go and keep your cursor in the grand total, the last cell. Double click on that. See, it is going to generate a sheet having the entire 1 lakh records of last 3 years. Just see, is it showing 2019, 2020, 2021 entire report? Because pivot itself, it is holding the data in the backend. That's what I called you the temporary memory. So
Mhm.
pivot, it's always create a temporary memory and it holds the data in the backend. And whenever you go for any kind of report by simply interchanging the field row to column, column to rows, everything immediately on your blink of your eyes, it is populating the report because
Mhm.
it pulls the data from the temporary memory. It doesn't depend upon the source data sheet.
Mhm. Okay.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. Welcome. All right. So I believe people, everybody's clear with our data export from pivot to multiple reports on a click of button. So pivot 6 role is clear. Yes, Geeta, any questions?
Yes, the first only one thing, if it
Yeah.
is the specific to the values. For some, it is clear. For any difference, to figure out any differences between the years or between the two files.
No, between the two files, I did
Sorry,
not get
two
you.
columns. Two columns. I
Okay.
just want to
Okay.
know the difference between two columns.
Right. So I'll do one thing. Okay. I will take it separately over here. The reason is we are in the different flow of the pivot. Since you have asked me a question, it's a good question what Geeta has asked people. So please stay focused. See, I'll go to my pivot table number 6 over here. All right. Then this salesperson I will remove. For the time being, I'm removing the salesperson. I'm copying this pivot table. Control A, Control C. I'm opening a new workbook and I'm pasting it. So this is my pivot. Again, it is there, no doubt. But as you asked, if I want to have a comparison between two different years, how to make it? So first of all, in those two cases, as Geeta asked people, please stay focused on my screen. This kind of grand total doesn't play any role. So what is this grand total about? This is called nothing but our row wise grand total. Like last 3 years data, this is the total row wise grand total. This is not playing any role. So what I can do is I can go to design grand total on for columns only. Now what I'll do, I'll create a column naming call over here 2019 to 2020. Ideally, people prefer to do a manual column over here, like difference of 2019 to 2020. What they do, they go for equal to the cell of called C3. They type it manually minus B3. This is how they prefer to go and they drag it. But do you believe that this is going to be the property of pivot table at any point of time? These two. This is just a manual column. Yes, Geeta?
Yes.
So we are not supposed to do like this. This is what the practice people have. We are not supposed to do like that. So now the question is how to do the same job in pivot itself. So what you can do, people, you can keep your cursor in one of the year 2019, 2020, or 2021. You need to go to that analyze or pivot table analyze. You need to go to that fields, items, and sets. So below to calculated field, can you see an option called calculate item? So this option will be activated only if your cursor is there in one of the year. Okay. Now, having said this, the moment I go for calculate item, this will be asking what should be the name of the field. Like say, I would like to name it as difference 2019, 2020. Now, what should be the formula? Like first I'll go for 2020, double click, minus 2019, double click. So 2020 double click minus 2019 double click. Now click OK. So one more column turns up, naming called over here 2019 to 2020. So this much is the difference over here. If you look at, okay, 2020 minus 2019. So we can check it out manually also, equal to over here C3 minus B3. So C3 minus B3. Did I get the same? Right. Similarly, we can go for one more column, keeping the cursor over here, pivot table analyze, fields, items and sets, calculated item, naming called difference 2020 to 2021. What is the difference? Again, what I can do formula 2021 double click minus 2020 double click and click OK. So one more column ready over here 2020 to 2021. So this is how we can go and get our difference people over here and you can make a call. Hope
Thanks.
Geeta, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes. So this is how people
But
we got. Yeah.
this will not be a part of a pivot table field,
Yes,
right?
it is. It is. It is. But I mean to say, you are asking, is it going to appear anywhere in this? You mean to
Yeah,
say?
yeah.
No, it is not going to be. It is not going to be because this
Because
is
it's
your
not a field,
calculate.
it's an item,
Yeah.
calculated. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But this
Thank
is the property of pivot table.
Okay.
Yeah. Fine then. So we have got our pivot 6 ready. Okay, let's do one thing now. Select pivot 6 sheet tab, holding the control button, bring it to the right. So one more pivot turns up we have now is called pivot 7. So let us go and discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot table. So now we are going to discuss one more beautiful concept again, people. Some or the other, we need to work with our date related records. Like if you have something called work order date, purchase order date, invoice date, date of joining of the employee, something like this, then how to make use of such kind of fields and we can prepare a precise report we are going to discuss. So before that, let's go and remove the unwanted fields like year, you please remove, product description, you please remove. Do you see a field called order date exactly above to the sales USD? Now take this order date to the row area and you will be finding some structure of your pivot like this. It depends again on the version. So if you are in 2016, 19, 2021 or Office 365, you will be getting the structure like this. If you are in 2013, the structure will be something different. So this kind of output, whatever we have extracted in pivot table is not going to make any sense because people cannot connect it properly. So what we need to do, how to present it precisely, let's have a look. So those who are having this kind of structure, kindly keep your cursor in one of the
Voice is breaking, sir.
Hello. Is the session on?
Yeah, we can't hear him.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, now able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
It's
Yes, sir. Now we
okay.
can.
Might be
So
slight
I've got
internet glitch, you know.
2013.
Yeah, I know. I'm coming to that. All right. So If at all any other network glitches or my voice is breaking, you're unable to hear me properly, please bring it to my notice. I will change my port again. Okay. So here, as we discuss people, this is what the report structure you will be getting if you are there in 2016, 2019, Office 365 or 2021. And this is not giving a proper view and people cannot connect with this data properly. So what we need to do first is keep your cursor in one of the year, right click upon that, and you have an option called ungroup. Able to see people, those who are having 2016 and above.
Sir,
So when you go for,
I'm not getting this table. I'm getting it quarter wise. I'm not getting it year wise.
Same here also.
no problem, no problem. Let me have a look at that first, at least one piece. So let us follow the instruction, those who are having the similar structure. Let me first complete that. So go for ungroup, you will be getting your data. So now those who are having 2013, you will be also having the similar structure. Kindly confirm first. Soma, you are having 2013, if I'm not
Yes,
wrong.
yes, 2013. Yes.
Yes.
So,
Did you receive your data in this format?
no, I've got to get the data in this order, right? Order date. Yeah, this
Yeah.
much I got. Yes.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. Everyone should have like this. Those who are not having, now let me know.
I got it, sir.
Okay.
Got a similar
Anybody
date.
else? Yes. Anybody else who is not getting this structure after doing their task, right click any of the year and then ungroup. If you're not getting this kind of structure, do let me know. I would help you. Okay. So I consider that everyone is getting the similar format of our order date and invoice value. But the problem is it is running in pages. 1 lakh records, it comes in this format. We cannot present it in this format. So how to make a better presentation? Just see. You keep your cursor in one of the date, and there, right click upon that, you will be finding a option called group. And when you go to group people, you will be finding over here a dialog box appears stating the first invoice date and the last invoice date in starting and ending points. And below to that, you have got some grouping options like month is already on. Select years as well. So month and year alone should be in selection. No need to any other changes on this. And the moment you click OK, can you see a proper hierarchy of report year wise, month wise, how much is the revenue we can make out?
Sir, I'm getting an error when I do grouping. This pivot table report field is already grouped. You cannot add a calculated item to a grouped field.
Right. So did you do that our calculate item exercise over there that I was explaining, 2019 to 2020, 2020 to 2021
Mhm.
differences. Did you do
Mhm.
that?
Yeah, I did
That
that.
is the only reason why. That is the only, that's why I told you I had to do it separately just to answer Geeta's question.
So do I need, I don't need that column, no?
You have to delete that first. If you do not
That is
need
deleted,
them,
sir. That is
cal
deleted.
calculate item, have you deleted? Okay. Just show
So
me how did you
only
remove
having
that?
two columns, order date and sum of sales USD.
Show me that screen, please. Share your screen, please. Let me have a look.
Okay. Sir, are you able to see it?
I can, but it is in MS Teams. You go to Excel.
Yeah. Able to see it?
Not yet. Do you share your entire screen or just a window?
Share your,
Oh,
share your.
oh, okay. Okay. Fine. Sorry. Okay. Let me know once you're able to see it.
Yeah, that's fine. You remove the salesperson field first. Salesperson, you remove.
Mm,
Now right click upon any of the date,
mm.
only one cell, right click, go for group. Yeah, click OK. Go to pivot table number 6. Yeah. So these fields are there. That's why that column E and F, since it is available, it is giving a clash with our date field.
So here only I have to remove it.
No, no, you can't remove like this. If you want to remove means you have to go back to the same calculated item. Keep
Hmm.
your cursor in the calculated item header. Calculated item header. Go to pivot table analyze. Then fields, items and sets. Fields, items and sets towards your right. Towards, yeah. Calculate item. Yes. Now select what you have created. Difference 2019, 2021 is there. No, no, no. In that dialog box. In that
Okay.
dialog box. Towards your right. Towards your right. Select that and then remove. Okay, it is not taking. So go to the drop down field in the formula one name top drop down. Yes, go there. Select and delete. Click the delete button.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Now
I'll.
click OK. Yeah, click OK.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
So now you go back to that pivot table number 7 and do the procedure. Right click and go for group.
Yeah. Now I'm
Now you will
getting.
get it. Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
welcome.
So I'm getting a little different from what you are getting.
Okay, please show me the screen. Oh, that's because of, see, you are in 2013. I'm in I'm in 365. There will be slightly formatting difference, but if you want the same, you can bring it. I told you, go to design tab, extreme right, yeah, report layout, third option from the left, and repeat all item labels. This is the pattern. Okay,
So
fine then.
what do
So
we have to do? What do we have to do once the grouping box opens up? I missed
you have
out
to
on that.
select, yeah, you have to select month. Month will be default selection. You have to select years too.
Years. Okay.
Yeah, so you once you click OK, you will be getting the pattern the way I'm showing on the screen.
Yeah. Got it.
Right.
Thanks.
Now, suppose say this is what our friend Ritu has presented to Uma. Uma is watching the screen and she has got one more expectation. What is that? She is telling, okay, Ritu, 2019 Jan you have given me, but I want to know one more level of hierarchy in Jan month, whatever the date-wise invoices are there, I just would like to have one more column. So how to create one more hierarchy with regard to the dates? So what you can do is, people, you can keep your cursor in one of the year, right click upon that. Again, go for group and choose the option in this dialog box called days. Can you see one field above to the month's days is there? Go and select that also. And now click the OK button and see the beauty. A proper hierarchy of report year-wise, month-wise, day-wise records. So this is how, whenever there is a need, if you want to present your date-related information at any point of time in pivot table, you should go and append like this. Any doubt, any queries? So pivot 7, whatever we did, I believe it's clear, working for everyone,
Yes.
right? Now here, one thing, please be careful. Remember that whenever you go for this kind of date field to customize and present it, it will generate two additional fields in your pivot table field list box, naming called months and years. So these are not your real fields. These are the virtual fields which is generated out of date field. So whenever you happen to analyze your year-wise, month-wise records, you should take these fields. These are our real fields. Okay.
What do you mean real?
Real in the sense this is containing in our source data sheet. These are the fields. They're in our source data sheet called summary table. We do not have a fields called months and years. See, do you have months and years plural? Anything over here in the summary table sheet? Just check it out.
No.
So this is created out of your date customization purpose. It has been created. So don't get confused. People always get confused and they get a different value when they go for such kind of comparison. So whenever you want to do some analysis with years and month, you go for year and month field. These are the fields you should take, not this. This is only one thing you have to remember. Hope it is clear, people. Pivot 7, whatever we did. All right. Now select pivot 7 sheet tab, holding the control button, drag it right. So you'll be getting pivot 8. Pivot 8. Now all this date fields work is over. So remove order date, remove months, remove years. Now bring product description to the rows and year, not years, bring year to the columns. So whatever the first pivot table we had designed, we got the similar structure over here. So kindly save all your workbooks. So with this, we'll go for a short break of 15 minutes. You can have a cup of coffee or tea, have a brisk and come back soon. So now in my system, it is 4:11. I consider 4:10. Okay. 4:25 dot. Again, we'll be catching up.
Thank you.
Welcome. So don't make it delay over here, people. We have got a lot of things to cover. So let's add it to the timeline so that we can extract more from the session. I'll be mute. I'll be back by 4:20. All right, so I believe everybody's back to the worksheet, people. So I got two confirmation from Oma and Marvelu. How about others? Could you please respond in the chat box? Okay, I do too. This is left. Samir has gone somewhere. Okay. Yes. So Munmun and Gita, could you please respond?
Prabhas.
All right. Fine then. So let's go for a discussion on pivot table number 8. Okay. So now here, this kind of data, when we present it, no doubt, my immediate boss, whoever XYZ, he would be happy. Okay. But all the time, when you present in this format, certain cases when you are presenting to your stakeholders, to your management, to your say top executives, XYZ, somebody's there, they're not happy the way you are presenting. So what exactly they're expecting that this kind of numbers is always boring for them. So how to present it effectively, how to give a quick instant information for the people so they'll be comfortable reading our data. So what we can do is we can present our data, not in the numbers boring, of course, in terms of percentage. So how to present this year-wise data in terms of percentage? If you remember, in day one, we discussed something about our data presentation, how to make our data informative. We deal with a lot of statistical calculations or the formulas in place, isn't it? So now the same thing we are going to do it in pivot, but how to do that? Not by creating a manual column over here, something XYZ or ABC column in the pivot itself. So what we can do is people, those kind of information purpose when you're going and creating this kind of grand total, the row wise grand total again doesn't play much role. So first we need to deactivate. How? Going to design grand total on for columns only. So, so this row wise grand total will be removed and it is left with only the column wise grand total. So this is the first step. Kindly confirm you have removed your row wise grand total over there. Now, once we have done with this, then just watch my screen for a minute. What I'm doing, observe. 1 minute time I'll be giving you to try with. Don't worry. So first watch my screen. In our value area, already sales USD defined. All right. I'll do one thing. I'll take this sales USD one more time in the value field area. Just watch my screen. Don't do anything. Now, can you see one same, sum of sales USD, same exactly the clone of our sales USD field is populating. I'll keep the cursor over here. I'll go for right click upon the same. There is an option over here called as show values as. Okay. When I navigate, there is an option over here called percentage of column total. And immediately the entire data, it will be just converting into percentage. And then I can type this column header as revenue percentage. That's it. So we got our data ready immediately, effectively over here. So just give it a try.
Not getting that, sir.
Okay.
That particular option. May I see what you have done once again?
Okay, you can share your screen. No problem. Because Samir also not able to see my screen, so I'll be explaining your screen. Samir, just watch it. Now is it visible, Samir?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. So first thing is you have to bring the sales USD. Just go for escape, Uma. Just hit the escape button. Yeah. So first thing is sales USD. You have brought it to the value field area. That's fine. Now, can you see in the pivot in column C, the field name is showing as sum of sales USD2, sum of sales USD2 in column C. Yeah, keep the cursor in that header. Keep the cursor in that header. Right click upon that. Right click upon that. Show values as one option is there. And there you go for the Third option, percentage of column total. And now you will be getting your data in percentage. Like year wise, you can see the data is now showing in percentages. And change the field name revenue percentage. So this is the task we did. Yes, Samir, just check it out. Is it happening with you?
So somehow
Sir,
the
I am
screen
not
has gone
getting.
again.
No, she has just stopped that screen.
Sir, can you show it again? I'm getting it.
Share your screen, no problem. Ritu, you can share your screen. Mhm. Yeah,
Sir,
you got sum of sales USD2. Just keep
yes.
the cursor in sum of sales USD2 on column C. Yeah.
But sir, I want to ask you a question. Why not here? Why here? Why not in sum of sales USD?
Yeah, why it is because you never know. Your target audience might be having the mixed people. Somebody is interested in seeing your billions, millions, or lakhs and crores. Somebody is interested in seeing your data in terms of percentage. Could be the case. You never know. So every time you can't be there to keep on changing the things. So even though in your absence also somebody else is presenting, he is not going to struggle, right? So information is there. Whoever wants whatever it is ready with you, right? So this
Okay.
is why ideally we should present it. Yeah, go for right click upon that. Yes, then show values as percentage of column total. Right. So you can see each and every year wise the data is showing 100% total.
Yes.
Right. We are in the right track. Yes,
Okay, sir.
Samir now able to do.
No problem. I was not able to see the screen. I'll rejoin it. Disconnect and rejoin.
Okay, you can share your screen. Oh, why you are getting the dates? There are a lot of things. Okay, keep the cursor in the pivot table, right click, show field list, right click, show field list. Yeah, remove order date from the rows. Right, then remove product description from the columns and bring year to the columns. No, no, not years, not years, not years, not years. Year. There is a field called year. Yes. Right. Now, what you need to do? Product description to the rows. Product description to the rows. Yeah, this is what we are discussing about. Now go to the design tab. Go to the design tab and go to the grand total, and go for the last option on for columns only. Then bring sales USD once again to the value field area. Sales USD once again to the value field area. You'll be getting a sales USD2 in the pivot table, column C, column E, column G. You see, don't do right click anything over there. Escape. Come to column C. Column C, sales USD2. One field header is showing sales USD2. Yeah, right click upon that. Show values as percentage of column total. Percentage of column total. Third option from the top. No, no, you did not go to the right option. Again, go for right click. Show values as percentage of column total. Percentage of column total. ऊपर से 3 number. Yeah, go there. Yes, now it will be showing every year wise data 100% total. Right? Change the field name, revenue percentage. Change the field name to revenue percentage. So I'm taking the control back in the screen, people. So this is how working in the pivot itself, you can customize a field over here. That's what we got a basic knowledge. Now, when suppose say Ritu has presented the same, now Uma is watching the data and she is looking at the indica 2019, it is showing the value of 6,18,372 US dollar. But this is definitely not of one invoice. It is the combinations or consolidation of many more invoice or more than one invoice. Do you agree?
Yes.
So now Uma is expecting that Ritu should state the result. How many invoices is comprising this value? So number of invoices also she's expecting. So how to get that? We don't have a number of invoices, of course. So what we can do is people, we can simply bring this sales USD one more time to the value field area. And there again a new field turns up, sum of sales USD2. You can see. Right click upon that. You will be having an option called summarize values by. Just see. By default, it shows us sum. Exactly below to sum, you will be finding an option called count. Go for it. And that becomes my invoice count. So this is how you can notice over here immediately same field, we can take it and we can customize according to the need. That's what the beauty of pivot table. We no need to go and keep creating the manual columns like this. We can bring it in the pivot itself. Hope everybody is getting the same.
We have to create one more USD column, right?
Yes, you have to bring sales USD one more time. And that field name, you have to just right click, summarize values by count.
So have you sorted your data product description according to name or according to sales?
No, I have not sorted. I have not sorted. See, it is not sorted.
Okay.
Not even anywhere. All right. So I believe now everybody is clear with whatever we have got so far. But do you believe that in this order we can present our data? So ideally, what should be the order? If you look at the column headers, what should be the order of the columns? First should be invoice count, followed by the revenue data, then followed by revenue percentage. Do you agree? So first column D, then column B, then column C. So how to make it? Keep your cursor in the pivot anywhere. That invoice count, which is stated in the bottom, you can see in the value field area, that you bring it to just top, just drag it up. That makes your story perfect. All right. Right.
No, I didn't get it. So once again, please.
Invoice count was there in column D earlier.
Correct, correct, got it. How did you do it?
That's what you have to bring it over here in this sales USD.
Okay, got it.
And
got
that you have to bring it to the top. That invoice
Sure,
count, you have to bring it to the top.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So this is how people in pivot 8, we had a discussion that existing field, how to customize it according to the need. Hope you are clear. Any doubt, any queries on this point?
Yeah.
Right. Now do one thing, please. Take pivot 8 sheet tab selection, holding the control button, drag it to the right. You'll be getting pivot table number 9. Now remove this invoice count revenue percentage. Just have only the sales USD. In the value field area, invoice count and sales in percentage, that revenue percentage, you can remove. Rest of fields, let it be as it is. And the grand total, we have deactivated the row wise. How to bring it? I told you. Keep your cursor anywhere in pivot. Go to design, grand total, fourth option. On for columns only, we did this. But now we need both Row and column both has to be on. So second option, on for rows and columns, you have to go for. Then immediately the grand total for row as grand total also you will be receiving. All right. So kindly confirm once your pivot 9 is ready with this structure.
Sir, can you explain it again?
Yep.
What?
Have you removed the fields called your
Yes,
invoice count
yes,
and all?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Now we did not have the row as grand totals. This is called row as grand total. Row as in
Mm-hmm.
the sense product wise grand totals. All the last 3 years products totals, it is there. This is called row wise grand total. This was missing. This was not there. So
Mm-hmm.
how to bring it? You have to keep your cursor in the pivot, go to design tab, grand total, second option, on for rows and columns.
On for rows and columns.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, once you have this, people, now we are going to discuss again one more beautiful concept of our pivot, naming called dashboard. How to design or how to create a dashboard in Excel. There are two ways you can create your dashboard. One, you can take the help of Excel VBA macro and automate your report and turn into a beautiful dashboard. One. The other one, you can take the help of different formulas, functions, features, tools, or pivot table, and you can also create a dashboard. And this is what nowadays hotcake in the market. Every corporate, wherever, whichever the department you are working with, people demand a dashboard. What do you call this dashboard, first of all? You would have heard this terminology quite often. But what is that exactly? Yep. What's your belief? What's your perception? Could you please share it?
Gives you a bird's eye view, an overview of the data you want to present in whichever manner. For example, attrition, then it will give you the attrition percentage, YTD, MTD, and it will give you a deep dive into aspects of what is contributing maximum to attrition. So all this in one look, in one snapshot, all these things can be captured. And of course, the change of what you mentioned when you started this session, change, you can change the numbers, and depending on that, the data will change.
Mhm.
uh, those aspects. This is just one of the examples, and
Right.
there are many dashboards like this. Yeah.
Right. Fine. Agreed. Yeah. Any
Sales
other?
performance dashboard.
Yep.
Sales performance dashboard.
Sales performance, like you want to create some kind of KPI dashboards, or you are dealing with the KRA reports and you are doing some benchmarks, or you are working with your target versus actual. So a lot of things around, we play around with the data and we
And we
use
also
the.
have Power BI. That's what we are using. One of the teams, analytical teams, is using Power BI for our dashboards as well. So that is another new thing that is there.
That is a different applications altogether.
Mm.
So we have a different ETL tools like Power BI, Tableau, Jira, Big Data, Hadoop, SQL. So there are different softwares for data analytical reports and all. That is a different story altogether. So we are confining our limit to Excel right now. We'll discussing that later. What are the scope, other tools are there in the market and why they are playing a role. Though we have a beautiful tool called Excel, all these things we'll discuss later. Don't worry. So let us confine our discussion to Excel. Okay. Now, dashboards, of course, we are not alien to these terms. We are already aware of all these things. I'll tell you a very simple and basic example. When I take multiple files, bunch of files I took, and I am presenting the same in the meeting, I am explaining to my people, sir, you have to go for from file number one to file number two, file number two to file number three. Do you think that my audience is going to be happy the way I'm presenting? Do you think that with that speed they can connect with the data? They will get bored, they will get fed up, they will get frustrated. What they say, they will immediately stop me. Prabhas, hold on. Do you think that we have got whole day to work it like this? Why don't you make a simple report over here? Why you are coming up always with a bunch of files? Just make one file, make a simple report, one page of report where everything should be in place. On a click of button should be available. This is what people demand. Do you agree?
Yes.
So this is called nothing but a dashboard. So when you have the entire information you are going to serve in one plate or one interface or one layout or one worksheet or one Excel file, that makes your one pager report or a dashboard. So whenever you consider a dashboard, people, it consists of three elements. One, there should be a drop down to control the data and to select a particular variable. And once the user select a variable out of this, then based on that, there should be a tabular data should be expressed in the Excel sheet. And based on that tabular data, there should be a graphical presentations of your data in terms of visuals, naming called charts and graphs. So when you have all these three concepts together, you are consolidating and presenting the information that becomes your one pager report or a dashboard. All right. So got an idea, overview, what is dashboard? Theoretically, did you get it? Yes, no?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay. So Samir is saying, Prabha, this is something new I'm hearing from you. Could you please be more clear? Yes, Samir?
Yeah.
Right. No worries. I'll do one thing, people. I'll be helping you on this point. Next 5 minutes, don't do anything. I'm going to take you through some beautiful dashboards so that you will be also having a clarity what we are up to, what we are going to achieve, and what we are going to gain from the next 1 hour. Okay. So no need to do one thing over here. Just next 5 minutes, watch my screen. So here I'm going to take you through some beautiful dashboards, people. So first of all, I'll be taking you through one HR dashboard. So Ritu must be happy. Yes, Ritu?
Yes, sir.
Right. No doubt. So now I'm going to take you through a sophisticated HR dashboard. Just watch my screen. Can you see? We have got beautiful charts, graphs, line, column, pie, bar, everything combinations. And towards my left, if you look at all the department names in them appearing in one box. And suppose say the client has got 5 different locations. They have the office names, city locations names are there. Last 9 years data we have taken to analyze. So this 9 years data is also available. And these are the list of employees. You can see the entire employee names is also listed in one box. So this is just a one pager report. This is a sophisticated dashboard, you can say. Okay. Now how it works, I'll tell you. Suppose say you ask me, Prabhas, in last 9 years, what was the headcount trend of this organization I want to see? I will just choose over here HR. Okay, this chart is going to change. Just see if I go and select HR, is it changing? Yes. Now, if you ask me, Prabhas, in HR department, I want to see in Los Angeles City, what was the headcount trend of HR department? This is going to change when I go and change human resource, Los Angeles. Just see, is it changing? Yes, immediately. I'm operating from here. The output is displaying over here. Now, if I want to see in human resource department, Los Angeles City during the year 2006, what was the breakup of salary? This is going to change. And based on this chart, and again, this chart is going to change. Just see, human resource, Los Angeles, 2006. Is it changing automatically? Oh, how cool it is. Everything is happening in one interface only. I don't need to navigate. I don't need to scroll, nothing. So this is called one of the sophisticated dashboard. And trust me, nowadays, this is what mostly in demand in the corporates. And sometimes the corporates, they pay a hefty amount to get it done by the third party. They get it outsourced. And for each and every dashboard, they pay around 25 to 30K. We are taking such kind of assignments. This is also one of the assignment I have taken. I'm just giving an example. Now, trust me, if you do something like this, not even exactly as it is, but at least more or less something like this, don't you think that it will be an asset to the company? You can make a lot of difference at your workplace. People would be happy watching your presentation. What say? What's your perception? Yes or no? And your performance, whatever you are doing, definitely it will going to the next level. Because see, whatever you do, if you're unable to present it in the right time to the in front of the right people, then you are always in the back seat. This is what my belief while working in the corporate. Though you have got enormous knowledge, though you have got good leadership skills, problem solving skills, no doubt. But if you're unable to present it, what you have achieved, or what you have earned during the last year, last 3 years, last 5 years, then you are always in the back seat. So along with the knowledge, application of the tools or application of the tools knowledge also is very, very essential. So you have to groom your skill to the next level. That is essential in the corporate world. And trust me, to create this, of course, it's not just overnight you can do it. You have to just pay some efforts. But yes, 10 years data, you should have to play around with it. And 90% calculations, whatever we have done so far since afternoon, is nothing but this over here. All the calculations are pivot table calculations. And one more sheet I am maintaining over here to keep updating the records, because every time I cannot go and change this, right? But whenever in the change in the data, like suppose somebody, a new employee turns up, I should keep adding in the employee list. If any employee leaves the organization, I should eliminate that. Any employee, suppose contractual category or in the category something is there, I need to keep adding. If I am introducing a new department for the better maintenance or the control system, I should keep adding. Now, suppose say any new locations my office has been opened, I should keep adding that. And suppose say I have completed 1 year more business, I should keep adding. So this is just for to update the records over here, nothing else. And this is nothing but the output of the combination of all the three sheets. So this is called one of the beautiful report or the sophisticated dashboard of human resource. Now I'm going to take you through one more beautiful report again or dashboard again from the sales department. Just say, no need to do anything, just watch my screen. So this is again one page report of one of the organization from sales department. Just see how it is operating. Different types of charts, pie, column, bar, line, everything is populated. And below to that, you see the month details, product categories, sales representative names, and the regions where we are operating with. Suppose at any point of time, suppose as a CEO of the company, I want to check, or as a chief marketing officer, I want to know how is my Eastern zone doing the performance. I'll go and click Eastern. So automatically the entire data is now going to reflect of the Eastern zone. Now, suppose say Eastern Zone, I would like to know my salesman Jenny Paul, how is the performance of her? So I'll go and click Jenny. Automatically, Jenny's details will be applicable over here. Looks cool. Immediately on a click of button, we are getting all these details. So more or less, we are going to do something this over here. So are you ready?
Yes.
So do you think that this is going to help you?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Right. So let's work on it. So first of all, some ground rules, people. Whenever you are creating a dashboard, the minimum two ground rules you need to follow. You need to take multiple objects, no doubt about it, but the alignment should be pinpoint accurate. And whenever you are taking multiple objects, you must have some high definition colorful buttons, and that will be adding more value to your reports. So let's do one thing first, people. Keep your cursor above to the pivot area, above to the pivot area. Insert a row. How to insert a row? Alt I R, one by one. And to repeat the last action, go for F4. Keep hitting. So create some 10 to 15 blank row items. Later, if you do not want, we can delete. But yes, create first. Now, once we have done with this, once we have done with this over here, keep your cursor in the pivot. Keep your cursor in the pivot. And then go to your Analyze or Pivot Table Analyze ribbon tab. And then you will be finding one option called Insert Slicer. Do you remember the same we have dealt with in our day two also? In our data presentation sheet where we applied sorting, format as table, subtotal options, all these things.
Yes. Yes.
So now we are going to do discussion on the same in depth. So let's go for insert slicer. It will be taking you to a dialog box where you can see all these field headers are listed in this box. So slicers are nothing but it's called the visual filter button. It works like a filter, but we can see all the filter options. And when you think to integrate your slicers with pivot table, you need to follow a rule. What is the rule says that the fields whatever you have taken in pivot, like we have taken year, product description, sales USD, already taken in pivot table. Those three fields, again, you should not choose from the slicers box. It is not going to play any role. It will be amounting as a duplication of fields. There is no point of doing that. But there is no hard and fast rule. If you wish, you can take, but that is not playing any role. So apart from all these three fields, anything else you want to work with, like I want to do a customer wise analysis, I can check that. I want to look at my salesman wise data, salesperson. I want to also see region wise data. I can select region. I can select month wise data also if I want to see. So again, I repeat, you can cross check customer, salesperson, region, month, not months, month, singular, not plural. And once you select all these four and click OK, can you see? Immediately, you will be having four slicers ready instantly on the screen. So only thing is we need to take those slicers and we have to arrange it, the space what we have created above to the pivot. You can have your own order. So let's say I'm taking month first, then I'm keeping customer at the end, salesperson with immediate right, then region, I'm taking it, but ensure you're having the alignment and all are having this kind of colors, light blue. Don't click inside any of the slices. So it should look like this. Confirm, please. All right. So I believe everybody's clear so far, whatever we did. Ritu, status, please.
Yes, sir, done.
Good. Samir also done, Gita also done, Kumar will do it. Okay, great. Fine then. So next step, please follow, please, people over here. Though we have got beautiful slices over here. Okay. Now, this pivot field box is not playing any more role. You can switch off that. Where you can click on this button to switch it off. Now, once you have switched off your pivot table fields, now we'll be working with our slicer. Though we have got beautiful slices people, but it is not giving such a great look. The look and feel somewhat it is not cool. So how to bring it a beautiful picture over here? So we have to work some cosmetics works for our slicers. So select one of the slicer. You will be finding one extreme right, one slicer or tools or options or design. Something will be activated depending upon the version of your Microsoft Excel. Just check it out. Extreme right. Did you see something like this? Slicer, tools, options, design something. So go for that over here. And in this slicer, okay, what you need to do is you will be having an option over here called slicer styles. There are various styles you will be having over here populating in the scenes. So I'm working with,
That option slicer there.
no, no, no. Your name would be different. This is only in Office 365. The name would be slicer. You will be having options or design or tools, something like that. If you select one of the slicer, what is the extreme right tab you are getting?
I'm not getting
Yeah,
anything.
You will be
I'm
definitely
getting
getting.
slicer. So it's a
Yeah,
2016, but I'm getting slicer there.
yes, yes. That is what I'm saying. She's having 2013. You might be having an options tab. Just see in the extreme right options. Do you get any? Select one of the slicer. Select one of the slicer. What is
I've
the
done.
tab?
I'm only getting this.
No, no, no. What is the name you are getting there? The name of the tab, like the menu options. What is the tab you are
Not
getting? I'm
getting
highlighting.
anything. I inserted a slicer from here.
No, no, don't go for insert. You
No,
have
no,
to
no.
insert.
I
Did you? Okay, okay. Let me first check. Let me have an understanding. Did you get all the four boxes like this?
yes, yes.
Okay. Now select
Now
one
I'm
of them.
sharing my screen if you can see that.
Okay. Let me have a look. Yeah,
Yeah.
share your Excel. Yes. Yeah, that is what I told not to do. You have done. See, don't click inside. Go to the month slicer in the top right corner. There is a cone structure is there. Cone structure. Yeah, click on that. And you do repeat the same for all the rest of slicers.
Okay.
Now select one. Select one of the slicer. No, 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 no. That is what you should not do. Click inside. Select mean that name, month name is there. That is called the point of selection. Yes. Can you see options tab is coming up extreme right?
Yeah,
Options tab.
correct.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is what you have to go for.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Got
let me take the control back on the screen. Follow my rest of instructions.
it. Yeah.
So I'm working in the full screen, people. If you have any query, unmute and speak. Don't drop anything in the chat box at this state. So selecting one slicer, you see in the same slicer or options tab, whatever it is, you will be having slicer styles. And if you go for the more button, it opens in two broad categories like light and dark. But if you remember in our pivot table, format as table, data presentation sheet, we get another three option over there like light, medium and dark. And we always prefer or discuss that we should go for light or medium. Don't go for dark. But here, since we do not have the medium, and we have to work with the dark color. Reason, we have to work with the high definition colorful buttons. That's why you have to opt the dark color. Though it is going to occupy some space, don't be worried about it, but do some changes. So select one slicer, take one dark color, again select one more slicer, take one more dark color. So like that, you change the four different slicers in four different colors and confirm.
Yes, done.
Okay, great. So if you compare the previous look of our slicer, now it is somewhat better. Now, though we have made all these colorful changes, people, but the problem is our slicers are containing this kind of vertical scroll bars, which is not really giving a great look. How to remove the same? Just see. If you select one of the slicer, can you see in the same slicer tab or options tab, we have a option called columns. Able to see columns? By default, it shows one for everyone. Able to see people, everybody?
Yes.
Right. Now in this column section, if you look at it is showing one, you go and change the column number 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, something depending. So automatically what will be happening, the variables of your entire slicer will be converting to that many columns. It will be transforming. So if you want to make it 4, you can do that. It's up to you, depending upon the variables. But the problem is it is not displaying my names of the customers properly. Well, no issues. You can extend, you can enhance the width of the slicer like this. So now everything is visible. You can see that. Now, similarly, I'll go for my region. I'll make it 3. Salesperson, I'll make it 3. And month, I'll make it 3. It's up to you. There is no hard and fast rule that you should make it always 3. You can go for 4, 5, 6, depends how many variables you have. And whenever you believe this is not visible properly, you do have a choice. You can extend the width over there a little bit. All right. So month, salesperson, region, customer, all the slices now we have arranged in a proper manner. Now, once we have done with these people, select one of the slicer and go for Control A. So when you press Control A, you can notice all the slicers are in selection. Now the first job, what you need to do is going to the same slicer tools or options tab, you will be finding one option called Align. You will be finding one option called Align. Align objects, right? And the same, if you click, there's an option called Align Top. This is the first thing you should do, Align Top. So what will be happening from the top margin, everything will be aligned properly. Next, again go to Align Objects. You have an option called Distribute Horizontally. Why is it really necessary to go for Distribute Horizontally? Yes. Reason is between the slicer, whatever the spacing also needs to be uniform. I told you the ground rules. When you take multiple objects, you have to be pinpoint accurate with regard to the alignment. So go for Distribute Horizontally. Now the last step. Yep. Yes, any questions? Okay. Now the last step, don't forget about that is very, very essential. Next to the align, you'll be finding an option called group. Go to that group option. If you click inside grouping option will be there called group again. That is very, very essential because if you do not group all these slicers, what will be happening tomorrow while you are working with your pivot table, this slicers will start disturbing. It will start overlapping with each other. It will change the placement or it will be shifting the location. So all these problems we are going to face. So whatever the time, whatever the efforts we have made so far, it is going to be completely in vain. So to safeguard the task, whatever we have done, the amount of time spent to safeguard that, the final step, don't forget to group them. So it will turn into a single object. Can you see? All these 4 slicers, it is turned into a single object. Okay. But the problem is, if you notice, each and every slicers in the bottom line, some space is there, remain unutilized, some blank space is there, no issues. In the bottom section, you see a button to hold it and you can drag it bit up. And while doing so, just ensure you are not regaining the status of your vertical scroll bars. That you have to ensure it, okay? So now our slicers are ready. So kindly confirm all of you have got slices steps completely done. So this kind of finishing look, it's up to you, your practice, the amount of time you spent working around and exploring some features over here, you can bring that up to you.
Done.
So once we do a control A,
Mhm.
then we'll have to do the grouping, correct?
No, Control A, when you do first, then you have to go for alignment. Before group, there is a align option is there.
Okay.
And you have to do the alignment first, align top, then distribute horizontally. Then you have to go for grouping and group the entire 4 slices into one object. And then from bottom, you have to decrease the height of the slicers.
So when I'm doing a control A, the whole sheet is getting
No. You have to select one of the slicer, then control A.
oh,
No, align option is not coming for me. Can I show my?
Yeah. Please do that. No problem.
So here, when I click that,
Hold on, Kumar, will you please just a minute. Some changes we have to do on your appearance. See, your customer is overlapping with the region. Please have little bit space between customer and region. Yes, perfect. And your region, you are making it of two columns. You can convert into three because we have got enough space. So you can make it three columns, make it three. Yeah. And similarly for salespersons also, you make it three. Yeah. And month also, you make it three. So that will be showing in inline one business. Just see if you change it. Okay.
oh,
Now control, your salesperson little bit make it right. Yeah. Control A.
yes,
Yes. Now go to align top. Now go for align again, distribute horizontally. Now go for grouping, next align to next grouping, group. Yeah. Now from the bottom, you see that orange color slicer, exactly orange color slicer, orange, or no, don't do anything there. In the center where orange color region is end, down. No, you're going diagonally. No, don't do that. It's disturbing the alignment. See, keep the cursor out, click once outside. Yeah, one more time. Yes. Now select one of the slicer.
yes, I selected region.
Right. Can you see in the bottom line, a circle button is showing? Circle button.
Ye- Yes,
That you hold it and drag it up. Hold it and drag it up. Yes. Drag it up. Little bit more up. Yeah, take it up. At least to minimize that blank space, nothing else. Yes.
okay,
Yes, perfect. Don't go further. Yeah, you are going further. See, your month is showing as the vertical scroll bar. You have to bring it little bit down. That button again. No, not the month one. Yes, not the month one. Only the same center position. Yes, bring it little bit down. Perfect. That's how you have to manage. So that comes out
okay,
of the practice. In from the more you practice, you can give that finishing look.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. All right, so people, I believe everybody is ready with that setup, whatever I showed on the screen about our slicers. Now, between the slicers and pivot, you see there are a lot of space, blank space is there. Now do one thing,
sure.
select all, yeah.
Uh, but I would like to share my screen.
Mhm. Yeah, again, you started clicking inside. I told not to click any of the variables in the slicers. Yeah, region, you make it clear. Yeah, customer, you keep the cursor in the customer slicer. Keep the cursor in the customer slicer. Yeah, select that. Yeah, select one more time, customer. Right. Now change the columns, not even six, you make it to four because names are not visible. Four, you are increasing. Yeah, now perfect. So all the customer names are visible. Yes. Now select the space between the slicers and pivot. Between the slicer and pivot, starting from row number 10. Row number 10, don't touch anything in the slicer. Row number 10. No, don't do that. That alignment we have already done. Don't individual operate. Yes, 10 to 17. Select from 10 to 17. Shift and down arrow key. Right click on that. Right click on that. The column headers, the row headers. Delete. Delete. Entire row. Right. Now this pivot table field is not playing any role. That also you can remove. Yeah. Yes. Rest of the you can follow from my screen. All right. So I'm taking the control back on the screen, people, and just watch my screen. What is the next step we need to do? Is we have to delete all these things. Yeah. Now my pivot is ready, slicer is ready. So as I told you, based on the tabular data, there should be a graphical presentation. So keep your cursor in the pivot table anywhere, anywhere, and then go to our pivot table analyze or analyze tab, depending upon the version of Microsoft Excel. We have an immediate option called pivot chart. All of you must be having that. Don't worry, irrespective of any versions. Do you see pivot chart is there, people?
Yes.
Click on that. It will take you to your entire chart family. By default, it shows the clustered column. Let it be, no need to be worried about. Just click OK. And once you click OK, a beautiful chart is going to turn up. Select the chart, align the same next to the data in this format, the way I'm doing it, and then extend your chart from the right side exactly in line with your slicer's alignment. All right. So slicer is ready. Pivot table is ready. Pivot chart is ready. Now, the beauty of pivot chart is, people, you can see when you select your chart, you can see some ready-made filter buttons are embedded, like year, product description, all the ready-made filters. Have you ever seen a chart containing the filter?
No.
So going forward, whenever you see a chart contains a filter and somebody is operating, definitely that chart is prepared out of a pivot table. Maybe pivot data would be there in a different sheet and the chart maybe in different sheet could be the case. But the chart is prepared out of pivot. And now, when you have a chart in place, people, some minimum formatting. What is that? Let's have a look. Select your chart. You will be finding one design tab towards your right side. One design tab is activated. This is your chart design. And there are many more styles are available. Okay, go for the more button and take the last one. Why the last one? Maybe style number 14 or 16 it would be there. Okay. Why the last one? Because compared to the other styles, if you take the last style, it will be giving you some kind of glossy impact, some kind of embossing effect, or some kind of shadow impact. That's why it has been recommended. Go for the last one. First, formatting. Step 2. Inside the chart area, people, you will be finding some unwanted grid lines out there. That doesn't look good towards our chart area. So you can click on the plus symbol. You can click on the plus symbol, and there you will be finding over here called grid lines. One checkbox is there. You can deactivate this, and immediately from the chart, the grid lines will be removed. And click the plus symbol. So these are the two minimum formatting with regard to chart you have to do. Kindly confirm.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Sorry, so I'm not getting that plus symbol.
Select the chart. If you select your chart, either in the left side of the chart or right side of the chart, you'll be getting that. Once you select your chart. Getting it?
Yes, yes.
Right. All right, so I consider everyone has done up to this level. So far, whatever we have done, people, anybody can do that. It's not a rocket science or something extraordinary. We did it. As I have been telling you, when you are presenting your own reports or dashboards or anything, it has to be different from others. But how? Just see. So first of all, if you keep your cursor anywhere in the blank cell, unwanted things like our worksheet grid lines, the formula bar, row headers, column headers, it is completely immaterial, it is unwanted. But how to remove the same? So to remove the same, people, what you can do is keep your cursor in a blank cell, go to the view tab. Do you see a section over here called show? And in this, there are three tabs are there like formula bar, headings, grid lines, everything is over here. So all these three tabs to be deactivated. Where it is in the view tab, category, show, grid lines, headings, formula bar. This is deactivated. Well, now if you look at our interface, this kind of ribbon menu, you see, okay, this is also unwanted, but we can't deactivate this. Only thing is we can hide it. How to hide it? By simply pressing a keyboard shortcut, Control F1. It's a toggle key. Hide and de-hide. I mean, if you want to hide or unhide, you can go for it. It's a toggle key. So Control F1 to hide the ribbon and Control F1 to unhide the ribbon. Hope you got it.
Yes.
So what kind of feeling you are getting by looking at this state your report? What kind of feeling you are getting? As if a blank page is there and the entire template is embedded on that. Are you getting such kind of feeling?
Yes.
Right. Now, the last step of this report, which is very, very essential. Being a presenter, people, always remember, do not show many more information to your audience. The more the information you show, the more the questions you are going to invite. And in a meeting, you don't get the whole day to present your data in the meeting. Hardly how much time we get? 10 to 15 minutes. If that also we get, we are blessed. Do you all agree?
Yes.
So we have to be very calculative. We have to do our homework in such a way that we have to make our presentation in that 10 minutes time. We have to consider all the questions and we need to answer them. And at the end of the presentations, we need to give our feedback or interpretation or comments upon that. So all these things has to be managed properly. So you would have thought something when I said not to show many more information. So except pivot table number 9, you would have thought something to do with pivot 1 to pivot 8, or what you do ideally. We go for right click and hide. Do you all agree?
Yes.
So when you hide it, when you keep your pivot table number 9 open to the user, suppose say I am doing it, rest of 8 worksheets I have hidden. Now pivot 9 I'm working with. In front of me, my audience is there. Suppose my vice president is sitting and he's asking some question. I'm presenting something and by mistake, unknowingly, my mouse right click is enabled. What is going to happen? This unhide button, definitely it will be enabled if I hide something. Do you all agree? Now,
Yes.
audience is smart enough to understand if something is hidden, then only the unhide button will be activated. Now my vice president asked me, Prabhas, why don't you click that unhide button? Can I say something to him in return? Sir, what you're asking, it is there over here itself. Why you are asking unwanted questions? Can I say something to my audience or that to a top management person is sitting? Can I say something like this?
No.
So not at all. So what happens now? When he will be asking, though I am not willing to, but I am forced to display all this unwanted information and the entire focus area has gone into drain and people keep asking unwanted questions. So this is what you should avoid. So you should control your information in such a way what exactly you are presenting. People have no other choice except watching them. But how to do that? So now the question is, what is the point hiding the sheets when somebody can simply right click and unhide? Hide in such a way nobody should know there is a many more sheets available or nobody should Find out how many sheets you are working with, except you. Nobody should know that. But how to make it? Just see. Again, one more beautiful information I would like to take you through, people. It will steal your entire show. Just see how. Go to the file menu. Go to the file menu. Over here, we have got options. In the bottom, you see options. And there, if you click, it will take you to your backstage view called Excel options. And there is a category called advanced. There is a category called advanced. And when you choose advanced towards your right, there is a scroll bar. Take this scroll bar somewhere in the middle, you keep it, you'll be finding a section called display. And in this display, there is a subsection called display options for this workbook. And there is a tab called show sheet tabs. There is a tab called show sheet tabs. And this option is enabled. Able to see, everybody?
Yes.
This you have to deactivate. This is the only thing you have to do. So what we did, let me just immediately take you through. We have gone to file, we have explored Excel options, we have gone for advanced, and we have gone for scroll bar to come down, then the display section, within display option, this workbook, and within that, show sheet tabs. This is remain activate state. You have to deactivate this. This is the only thing you have to do. And then finally, you click the OK button and see the beauty. What happens? Can you see the entire sheet tab section is deactivated? Nobody will be ever be knowing except you that how many sheets you are operating, where is your working, where is your report, where is your dashboard, except you, nobody will be knowing. So this is how you should control your information. Hope it's working.
Yes.
Right. Now we are ready for the next level. So next 1 minute, please watch my screen. No need to do anything. So suppose say this is what I have created and presented something to my boss. My boss is quite happy and he immediately invited me to the presentation area. He has greeted to our delegates, whoever the persons XYZ were there, and immediately he asked me, Prabhas, why don't you start the show? So when I opened this file, looking at the last 3 years data, my boss said me, Prabhas, we are not interested to watch last 3 years data. Just show us only 2021. So I just go to my year filter. I'll choose 2021 out of this. And the moment you see immediately 2021 records will be available. So whoever is interested to see my volume of data or numbers, they can watch my pivot table. Anybody who wants to have a immediate information, they can look at and state that from Genex Nano, we have got the maximum revenue, and from Sumo Gold, we have got the least revenue. That's the history of 2021. Now looking at the same, suppose next to my boss, my chief marketing officer is sitting. He asked me a question. Prabhas, if this is the history of 2021, can you show me the performance of salesman 5? So we have a slicer salesperson, salesman 5. If I click, this is the story immediately turns up of salesman 5 for the year 2021. Now looking at the same, he asked one more question. Okay, if this is the history of 2021 of salesman 5, can you please express his performance for the month of May? So we have a month slicer. I can choose May out of this. This is the story. Only one product he has sold during that year for the month of May. That two product name is Hexa. And who is that customer? Tuli Motors. Which country? Exported? Africa. On a click of button, everything is happening. And this is how people, when you integrate your pivot table, slicers, and pivot charts, is nothing but a dashboard or one page of report you can prepare and present. And trust me, when you go and present something like this, anybody, whoever is there in the audience side, they will be happy watching your presentation and they will be giving a compliment to your work. So try this. Is it working the way we have navigated the entire report?
Yes.
So this is how people Taking your live data, you have to keep practicing about all these features, whatever we discuss. You know your data better, you know your target audience also very well. Only thing is you have to play around with the data. So which pattern, which report format, which layout is matching with the requirement, you can go ahead and present it. But that comes out of your practice. All
So
right. So
I have questions.
yeah, please.
So first is we need to create a basic summary data.
Right.
Um, so depending on our need, we will create columns or items or necessary, whether it's a calculated column, all those things we'll put across. Then you showed us something like a dashboard we'll create, but you showed us that you have to add some things which cannot be done in the main master sheet. So you will create something called as a master sheet also, wherein you'll be able to do additions. So how are those connected? How will you connect that with the summary data then?
Which one you want to connect with the summary data?
You showed us one report before this, right?
That is different. That is different.
Mm.
That is called sophisticated dashboard. It's not just like that you can create it. There are a lot of things around over there. You have to create multiple pivot table. You have to create multiple charts. You have to connect with that. Here we have worked only with one chart,
Okay, okay,
one
got
pivot
it.
table. So
Got it.
like that,
So it
multiple
is
pivot
not
table.
mandatory. It is not mandatory for every chart to have multiple pivots. Whatever is our need, we will create. But only
Yes.
when, yeah, okay. My
One
question
pivot,
is, like,
one.
for example,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
we have
I'll rectify one. I'll rectify one thing. Just like a layman, think it over here that one pivot, one chart. If you are looking for multiple scenario with multiple chart option, you have to depend upon with multiple pivot table. All right. The report what I showed you, if you are looking for the same again, I'm again coming to that. Say that HR report here. How many charts are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So total 9 pivot table calculations. If you look at it is there over here. So this is one pivot table. Okay. This is again one pivot table. This is one over here. So 9 pivot table it is created out of this. And based on that, those charts are being populated. Okay. This is the backend workings.
uh,
So data is
so
in one
one
location.
you showed me that see what I want to understand is you showed me one file which said for addition of new data, that is you create a separate file. This one. So
It's a
how is
sheet.
this
It's a
data? Yeah,
sheet.
a
It's a
sheet.
sheet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. How is this getting into the main data? Where are
Yeah,
you putting this?
there we are putting it across over here. Like, see, this data is there of 9 years. So this is pulling out the information from this year column. So this is what we have created something from the developer tab. That is a different story altogether. Again, in developer, we have got some ActiveX control in, like our checkbox, combo box. This all these things is combined together. So this is what a sophisticated dashboard. To create something like this, we have to again go and explore the developer tab.
Okay, sir, got it.
Okay. So this kind of things, I mean, you need to, that's why I told you, know, Excel is such a subject, 6 months training is also not enough. So you need to have all these options. If you are expert, you can create something like this. But yes, we have got something more or less. We have created something like that.
Got it.
Yes. Any other questions from anybody? See, in my opinion, slow and steady wins the race. Everything you can't grasp in one day, overnight. Rome is also not built. It needs time. But yes, if you follow the proper channel, the roadmap, definitely you can make a difference. So this is just a beginning. What you are learning, this is just a beginning. And if you remember in day one, I have given you a list of 10 websites. So if you want to enhance your skill, go and explore those websites. You can get to know very, very beautiful things over there. All right. Fine then. So I consider everybody is able to navigate our one page of report with the combination of slicers, pivot table, and pivot chart. Now, once this is done, let's start restoring our data. As we told you, that whenever you have slicers in place, start restoring the slicers by going to this top right corner, each and every slicers where you have operated, clear filter. So you need to keep clearing them first. Then one more slice filter in the chart year filter, that also you clear it. So our data is restored. Now, what are the other things we have deactivated? Can somebody recall that?
Control F1 and
Uh-huh.
activate the sheets.
Control F1 for the menu ribbon tabs to activate. The sheet tabs, the primary, these are the more important information. So sheet tabs, how to activate, same option, going to file, where to go?
Options.
Option
Options, then
advanced
advanced,
display,
scroll down to display category.
show sheet tab.
Yeah. So in the subsection, display options for this workbook, there are two things, display options for this workbook and worksheet. Don't go for worksheet and do any operations, always go for workbook. Show sheet tabs, options to activate. Now click OK. You got your sheets activated. Now, what are the other things to be activated?
Grid lines, headers.
Right. So keep your cursor in a blank cell. Where to go?
View.
View tab. Category is the show. Within that, grid lines, headings, formula bar. So you have to be aware of all these options. The way you have deactivated, similar fashion, you have to activate it again if you want to restore everything. So pivot 9, whatever we did, can I take that? Everybody is clear.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now here people, one more thing I would like to share as a tip for you is stay focused. This kind of presentation, sometimes people would be happy and some specific people, they will be having an objection. So some set of people, they will object for this. What is the objection point? I'll tell you. They will say, Prabhas, everything is fine, but we don't want to see this. That pivot table numbers and all this story, they would all want to see. They say that it's boring. Why don't you remove this? Now, this is my core business area. Everything is depending upon that. The slicer chart, everything is depending upon the pivot table only. So if I remove the pivot table, then how I'm going to run the show? But people can't understand this. So in that case, to manage this window, I would suggest you something, people. If you are connected with your projector, please remove that display options. If you are showing the monitor to your audience, just bring the monitor towards you. Don't do any other extra steps or waste your time. What I suggest is when this kind of demand is there, take the chart and cover the data in this format and extend the chart. That's it. Don't do or don't waste your time. Now, whatever they want to see. Suppose somebody asks me, Prabhas, show me the status of Tuli Motors. Yes, click Tuli Motors. This is what the status. Tuli Motors in the month of May. How is the status? This is what the status. Done. So you have to act smart. Don't waste your time when people are having some stupid demand over there. All right. Make sense? What say?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is how people we have understood in pivot table number 9 how to integrate our slicers, pivot table, and pivot charts. Now, do one thing. Go to pivot table number 8. Pivot table number 8. Select the sheet tab, holding the control button, drag it to the right. So one more pivot will turn up, naming called pivot table number 10. Okay. Now let's see what else we can do with regard to pivot table. So here you can remove this invoice count, revenue percentage. All right. So we have got 3 years data, no doubt about it. And if you want to restore the grand total, how to do that? Anybody?
Design,
Yep.
design, report layout.
Uh-huh.
Grand
More on
total.
the grand
It
total.
will be grand.
Sorry, grand total
No
Exactly.
problem.
on for row and columns.
Yes, very good. So we got that, our pivot table ready. Now, what we are going to discuss, let's stay focused. So far since afternoon, if you are looking at, we have been discussing with many more stories. And if you look at broadly what is happening in each and every worksheet, a unique pivot table, a unique story we have presented. Do you all agree?
Yes.
If you look at each and every pivot table, they have their own unique story, right? So broadly, if you look at in one particular worksheet, one pivot is ready, no doubt about it. Now, what if in a particular worksheet, I want to showcase multiple story, more than one pivot table, how to present it? That we are going to see. So the report, what I showed you of HR report, how to connect multiple pivot table and present our story, we are going to discuss. Very beautiful information, stay focused. So select our first pivot table, whatever we have, Control C, copy it, leaving one or two rows down, paste it. So technically now we have got two pivot tables. Kindly confirm.
Yes.
But are these two different pivot table? What's your belief?
It's two different.
Do, do a same base data.
So information wise same, but technically, naturally, these are two different pivot tables. How to confirm? Just see. If you remember, the moment we started our training program of pivot, moment we created the first pivot table, I showed you something and I told you each and every pivot, they have their own unique name. So if you want to see that, go to the first pivot table, right click upon that, and from the bottom, second one, pivot table options. If you go and navigate, you will be finding a dialog box appears. And is it showing the number? The number might be different, don't worry, but is it showing a number?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is our first pivot table one for me. Now I'll go to the below pivot table, right click again, same story, pivot table options from the bottom, second one. Do you see a different name over there? Again, numbers will be different, don't worry about
Yes.
it. But is it showing something different?
Yes, it is.
Right. So this is how we have understood people. We have confirmed, though we have copied or pasted, still these are two different pivot table. But there is no point having the same information over there in both the pivot tables. So go for the second one. And keeping the cursor in the below pivot table, deactivate product description and take customer to the row area. Customer to the row area. Okay. And then keeping the cursor in the below pivot table, go to design and change the color to differentiate. When by look itself, it should be differentiated from the first pivot table. Okay. This much changes we did. Kindly confirm.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Yes.
sometimes what it happens, people, when you take the pivot table, okay, just watch my screen. I am taking my customer data in the below pivot table. Here I have only maximum 10 to 12 or 15 customers. I could make a precise presentations. But in the real time cases, when you take customer, you may be dealing with 1000 customers, could be the case. Do you have any restrictions? Do you have any limitations with regard to customer in any industry?
No.
So in that case, how to present it? So here you have to play a bit of trick, people. Technically, we are taking 1000 records since I am dealing with 1000 customers, but my people are not happy watching the same and they don't need also. So what you need to do, ideally, people prefer to see the top 5 performers, top 10 performers, only they want to see. So how to showcase out of 1000 only top 10 customers? The best part, what you can do people is going to the grand total, any cell, right click upon that, sort largest to smallest. This is the first step. Then can you see in that customer, there is a filter already there. In customer, there is a filter already there. Click on that. Do you see an option called value filter? Able to see people? Value filters. And there in the bottom, can you see top 10? Click on that. Instead of top 10, just change the number to 5, top 5. Similarly, if you want to show bottom, you can go for the drop down. This shows top and bottom both. Okay, so whichever you want, you can take this. So I want top 5 only. So I go and click OK. And my top 5 customers only it is going to be displayed. Makes your presentation crispy.
Yes.
Right. So I believe everybody has done in our pivot table, the below one, whichever it is there, we have customized only top 5 customers to display over there. Fine. Now this pivot table fields again is not playing any more role. You can deactivate this. Now working with the full screen, if you have any concerns, do let me know by unmuting your speaker or mic. So keep your cursor in the first pivot table. Okay. And go to your pivot table analyze or analyze tab pivot chart. Click OK. Take the chart, have little bit space between the chart and pivot and extend the chart from the right side. Now go to the below pivot table, same operate analyze tab pivot table analyze pivot chart and click OK. So one more chart, we have got it over here, extend it. So my 2 pivot tables are ready, 2 pivot charts are ready. Okay. Now you do all your necessary formattings. As I told you, when you have the chart in place, which style we should take? The last one. Don't forget it from the design, the last one. So that it will be giving you the glossy impact, shadow impact. You can always go for it. And remove the grid lines. How? Selecting the chart, clicking on the plus symbol, remove the grid lines. All these small things people, but it is having huge impact. So do not forget to all these things to give a finishing look or to give a aesthetic look over here. All right. So both the charts are also ready. Now keep your cursor in the first pivot table. Keep your cursor in the first pivot table. Go to your pivot table analyze or analyze tab. There is an option called insert slicer. In the previous dashboard case, we have done the same. And click on that insert slicer. Suppose say we want to navigate or analyze the region wise data. So select the region slicer. Select the region slicer and click OK. All right. Now a little bit customize this, resize the window of your slicer. If you wish, you can do some colorful changes to that, up to you. There is no hard and fast rule, but yes, if you wish, you can do that. So pivot table is ready. Pivot chart is ready. Slicer is also ready. Can you please confirm?
Not able to lose that slide. How do you call that? That bar on the slicer.
Uh, this one, you are not able to do it. This one you're talking about, I'm highlighting. Is this? Or I can share your screen. Let me have a look. Yeah, you select the slicer first. Select the slicer first on the slicer name. Yeah, click on that. Okay, you are in 2013. Fine. You can see in the bottom, small gray color thick buttons is showing. No, 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 not that, not that. In the bottom. Yes, bottom. Yes, that you drag it. Yeah. From the left side, right side, sometimes you can adjust also. Those kind of buttons are there in the left and right as well. That you can adjust a little bit. Not a problem. The second pivot table chart you can extend a bit. That is not having the similarities exactly with the first chart. Always give the alignment proper. The second one. Second one. No, not it is not selected properly. It's not selected properly. No, no. Don't do anything inside the chart area. Select the outer wall of chart. Ah, now perfect. Yeah. Go for towards your right also. Enhance the width and align it with the first one. Yes, perfect. So these things you have to always be careful while doing the alignments and all. Anyway, I'm taking the control back on the screen, people. I believe everybody has done up to this level perfectly. All right. Now, just watch my screen for a while. Just watch my screen, okay? When I'm trying to operate with my slices, suppose somebody asked me, Prabhas, show me the data of Russia. What is happening? Where the changes are happening? Where the impact is happening? Is it happening only to the first pivot table? Do you agree?
Yes.
Right. So first pivot table, first pivot chart only it is happening. It is nowhere giving any kind of impact to my second or below pivot table or the below charts. Then what is the point of bringing all this together? So now the question is how to operate with the slicers in such a way so that it will be connecting to all these tables, all these charts, and it will be playing a pivot role over here. So you can see, select your slicer with the slicer name, right click upon that. You'll be having an option called report connections. You'll be having an option called report connections. And when you go for report connections, if you click that, a dialog box will appear stating all the pivot table names or numbers over here. And whichever is technically connected or created out of that pivot table alone, the checkbox will be available. Now, exactly below to that, this pivot table is pivot table number 13. This checkbox is not activated, right? So I need to activate. This is the only thing I have to do. And once I click OK, now see the beauty. Suppose any point of time, suppose somebody asked me, Prabhas, show me the data of UK. UK. This is what UK status. These are the products. Only 2019 there was a business in UK, and these are my top 5 customers of UK. They have given the business to me. If I want to see the Belgium data, this is what the Belgium status. If I want to see the Argentina data, this is what the Argentina status. If you want to show the USA data, this is what the USA data. So we are having the good business in USA. Last 3 years revenue data over here. These are our top 5 customers, right? So this is how people you can connect multiple pivot tables, multiple charts, and you can showcase the information by playing around with our slicers, pivot tables, and pivot charts. And this is what I have showed you in that sales dashboard. The second one, the dashboard, what I showed you, this is how it is being connected. So kindly try this. Is it working?
Yes.
All right. So this is it from our pivot table side, people. I believe you got to learn a lot, and this is going to help you a lot in your routine life. But only thing is you have to practice a lot. That is essential. If you do not practice, entire things will be in vain. So if
So
at
I
all any
just want to
doubts,
ask that.
queries, do let me know. Yep.
I had one
Prabha,
last
sorry.
question. The whole worksheet needs to also be that grid line needs to be removed from the background also. How do we do that?
Yeah, you keep your cursor in the anywhere in the blank cell, go to the view tab. You have a option called grid lines. You have to remove.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Any other questions?
Yeah, Prabha. Sorry. Just to understand, on the second fiber, is there a possibility to hold both top 10 and bo- bottom 10?
Yeah,
Or
you
we
can.
need to have
Same you can't. You can't. You have to have one more pivot.
one more?
Like you can select this pivot, Control C, leaving the done Control V, and here you go for value filter over here, clear filter, and again go for over here, value filter, top 10 instead of that, bottom 10. You can go for it and click it. So this is your top 5 customers. This is your bottom 10 customers. You can have two different pivot table on the same column. You can't have it because your series only once you can take in the row area. Row area you can't have customer twice. If you go for show field list in the row area, I can't have one more customer. See, even if I try hard, I can't get it one more customer field, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Any other questions, people, from anybody? Hope this helps. Whatever we discussed, is it a value addition to your knowledge?
Yes, really.
Okay. Fine then. So as we discussed in this 4 hours, we are going to discuss a lot of things. We are going to have a drill down features of pivot, multiple pivot, how to connect, how to create a dashboard, all these things we discussed. Fine. Now, in your perception, in this 4 hours, how much we have learned in terms of percentage? Anybody would like to quantify?
I'd like to say 100% because a lot of things, though we did, there has
Mhm.
been a lot of small techniques which, we do pivots, the basic pivots, yes. But
Right.
that alignment and that connections and all, I would say 100%. Definitely
Okay.
all of the were
Okay.
good learnings.
Okay. Fine. So
Same
I'm
from me
glad.
as well. The
Yes, I
regular
was.
pivot we were knowing, but
Okay.
a lot of new things we learned today.
Great. So Uma and Samir, they are quite happy the way we have got the things. They learned a lot. They consider this is 100%. How about others people? Geeta?
Yeah, I would say 80 because I've seen
80.
few recent presentations by different teams,
Mm-hmm.
which is as you shown HR related developer options and everything, right? They have
Okay.
been presenting those set of new
Right.
presentation to us. So I
Right.
feel it's
Okay. So that
for
is
me it's
nothing
new,
to,
100%
yeah.
is new.
Yeah, that is nothing to do with the pivot part. That is the combination of other techniques like developer, the ActiveX controlling. That is the integration of the tools. But we are confining our discussion only up to pivot table right now. Fine, no issues. That's your perception, 80%. Ritu, what's your opinion?
So, I mean, at least the basic analysis, sir, we can now not only analysis, even the representation of that analysis, we can do with what we learned today in terms of numbers and presenting the data, making creating a story out of the data. However, I feel there will be a lot more, as you rightly said, it's 2 days are less, 4 days are also less, even 6 months are less. So I'm sure there would be a lot of other things also in this functionalities which we are yet to learn. But I'm feeling satisfied with the third day and the last 2 days also got to learn a lot. in terms of how to present the data. It's
Okay.
really amazing.
So can I say that 60% of your opinion?
Um, 50%.
Okay, 50%. Very good. Yes, Kumar Balu, what's your opinion?
No, actually, I know the basic pivot, but today I learned pivot with slicer and pivot chart. No, it's really amazing.
Okay.
But we want to know more uh, functions. So, is there any session we want to know if condition, nested if?
Yeah, yeah, that is there. That is coming up. Tomorrow we have. That is there.
Okay, okay,
Don't worry
okay,
about it.
okay, okay, okay.
So tomorrow you
Thanks.
will be getting many more functions, nested functions, multi-criteria functions. I mean, there are a lot of things again in our inventory we are going to learn. That's a different story. Forget about that is for tomorrow. Today.
Yeah, today it's really amazing because I more work towards salary data now.
Mhm.
So whenever I present to my senior management, I struggle a lot because I prepared simple pivot chart and show that the slicer, no, it is really amazing.
Right. So here, can I consider Kumar Balu from your side? You have got 60%. You can name it as the pivot table, whatever topics we have learned.
Yeah, more than 60%. Yeah,
Okay, so
combined with
80% I consider. Fine.
yeah.
Okay, friends. So I'm glad that I could leave some takeaways with you, and you are quite happy, and you are getting also a lot of confidence to make the things better. But for your information, I would like to tell you one thing. In this entire 4 hours, whatever we discussed is nothing but the 5% of the pivot table. You must be frowned, must be surprised, but this is the fact. So think about it. If this is 5%, how the rest of 95% would be? So what is that rest of 95%? I will give you some overview. Just see. Can you see on my ribbon tab naming called Power Pivot?
Yeah,
Yes.
So this is your next level learning. So suppose say tomorrow you feel, Prabhas, I'm done with pivot table. What's next? Next is Power Pivot. Where to learn? I give you 10 website names. Go there. They have their own video tutorials also. Very well designed, very well defined with a crispy story. Spend your time and learn the things and make the things better. And I'll tell you what is the beauty of this Power Pivot. See, so far we have learned if you have a ready-made master data, then only you can play around with your data. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now,
yes, without
now,
data, yeah,
yes. Now, suppose that this master data is scattered in 4 different places. One is in my local drive, one is in my common shared network, one is my SharePoint, one is from email ID from my inbox. I have to extract and I have to work. So think about it. What you do in that case? We do copy paste, and we create a master data. Then we go and prepare a pivot. So what it happens? There is a duplicacy. There is a duplication of work. Data is also being duplicated. But there is no other go. We keep doing that. So instead of doing the duplicate work or duplicacy of data, what you can do, people, you can go for the tool called Power Pivot. So data will remain the same in the same location. Only thing is we'll be connecting the data with the file path or folder path or file location. All these things will be connecting. And whenever you do the changes in the respective location data, your pivot also going to be get changed. So you don't need to go and keep copying and pasting the data. This is one beautiful thing in Power Pivot that is called data connections and data modeling purpose. This is going to help you. And one more thing, if you see on my window, there is a ready-made option over here called KPI. You can directly transform your data or pivot table to a KPI dashboard. That's what the beauty. So whenever time permits, if you are done with your pivot, you want to learn something more, go for this. This is one. The other one, what you